Eu queria mostrar pra você a pesquisa que eu fiz. Eu fiquei, acho que uns.
Lass mich gucken. Wieder 16. Ja.
Das ist doch nämlich leer.
Hätte ich das gewusst, hätte ich das alles nicht verkauft.
Also es ist noch ein paar Sachen, die ich hier sehe und da gesehen.
Merkst du die alle?
Nee.
Super.
Kurz gelaggt. Weil die Sprinkleranlage losging.
Aber ich finde, läuft eigentlich recht flüssig, oder? Wenn wir jetzt nicht, was ich meine, wenn es so bleibt, voll fein.
Bei meinem PC ist es sowieso gerade Krise. Ich habe aber immer mal wieder Lags.
Also mir läuft es eigentlich wie Butter.
Ich habe auch ganz viele Programme noch nebenbei auf.
Ja.
Ne? Darfst halt auch nicht vergessen.
Ja gut, ich streame nebenbei.
Bruce did a very good job.
Scheiße, weil ich spiele nur mit 80 FPS. So, dann hast du meine Meinung.
Ja gut, bei mir läuft es flüssig. Ich streame und habe eine Bildschirmübertragung an.
Ja, ich habe 60 FPS noch. So 60 bis 80. Ich spiele auf Ultra.
Ja, ich auch, aber mir läuft es ja flüssig.
Dann spiele ich mit WQHD.
Not easy for an
aber
AUG.
mein FPS-Limit ist halt auch auf 60. Ne?
Ich mache auch meine Bildschirmübertragung aus. Obwohl vielleicht kommt Matze rein.
Kann ich aber eine anmachen, wenn was ist.
Time's looking great.
Ich mache meine
We'll
aus.
see though.
Hey, ich war die ganze Zeit am gucken, was du so machst, damit ich weiß, was ich machen kann bei euch.
Ja, ist ja kein Problem. Drückst der
Make up a
F9 und
little
drückst
bit of
T.
time now.
P wie Penis? Ich glaube aber, man müsste trotzdem wissen, dass man den öffnen kann. 9 oder so.
Habe ich auch überlegt, dass wir es irgendwo hinschreiben. Aber das kannst du es halt in den Tastenkeyman zumindest nachgucken.
Ja, gut.
Das haben. Also ich gucke meist, wenn ich ein Spiel cool finde, gucke ich immer noch in den Tastenkeyman, als ob ich irgendein Feature vergessen habe.
Put on those weird spots where if we go too
Dafür
fast
skippe ich
there,
Tutorials.
we won't have cool on to the next
Theoretisch, wenn
part.
es das Achievement gäbe,
That's why it's nice to have that.
Shizzy, dann hätte ich fast
There's a
das
point at which this is really nice, and there's a point at which this is terrifying. We'll see
Jetzt schon.
which category you fall into.
Ich bin bei 90.
Strongish possibility it's going to be terrifying.
Krass, oder?
The entire
Ja gut,
system
der
is on
Blumenladen, der
nice
levelt recht schnell. Der hat, glaube ich, wenig Levelpunkte.
I think
Nee, daran liegt's nicht.
maybe
Ich
it's
meine
fine.
der Popularity Score.
Hast du eine Werbung geschaltet?
Ja, auch.
Also wir haben 84.
Ja. Guck mal
84.
rein. Guck mal, die sehen auch aus wie Blumenhändler, oder? Wie so Leute, die
Ja.
Blumen
It's any
kaufen.
risk, and it's getting
Ach, die
time
wollen bei
out.
dir arbeiten,
Those
ja.
guys don't need it.
Ehrlich.
Technically.
Boah. Guck mal, die kaufen alle nur die Seaside-Produkte ein. Toll.
Jetzt geht halt meine Strat nicht mehr auf.
Mit dem Musikshop?
Ja, weil gleich kommt ja gleich schalten sich alle Shops frei.
Ja, gut. Bin mal gespannt, wie das angezeigt wird. Ja, ob das wieder
Da frage ich mich, habe ich auch ganz viele Fragezeichen. Aber ich wollte es mal testen, weil ich es noch nie gemacht habe. Wie das dann ist. Ob das klappt. Klappt es überhaupt? Denke ich auch, aber das ist noch nie. Das dauert, glaub ich, 3 Minuten. Ja, ja doch. Korrekt. Vollkommen. Aber später müssen wir uns noch was gedacht aber dann bist du ja, und das musst du gehen. Also das ist tatsächlich so relaxing. Also ich bin am Anfang gar kein Stress. Jo. Ich wollte gerade sagen, ich wollte von dir gerade meinen aufräumen. Er liegt halt
Danke
benutzt,
dir.
ne?
Awesome.
Ey, nee, das kann ich da.
Den kann ich auch nicht. Ach, warte. Nee, gut.
Nee, kannst du nicht.
Gut.
Das heißt das.
Ich habe einen Bug entdeckt.
Hast du nicht? Das ist jetzt.
Mas eles têm que fazer porque eles não podem deixar streamar nada que não seja. Que seja. Tem gente que quer streamar umas coisas absurdas, né? Nem é muito questão só de política. Tem gente que quer streamar coisa com arma, com coisa. Não pode, né? Ou com pornografia, coisas assim.
Ja, ich muss eine Vending-Maschine kaufen.
Deixa eu ver aqui.
Ja, genau so, genau.
Você quer vir ver aqui o que eu pesquisei? Queria mostrar pra você, meu anjo. O que eu achei.
Tô curtindo essa parte, essa luz branca. Junto com o gato. Eu sei que se você pesquisou, porque tá certo. Que eu entendi, você não pode bater de forma alguma com ele, né? Não é bater, ele tem uma sensibilidade a você ficar mexendo de para cá, né?
Não, eu acho que já tava velho mesmo. Você diz o HD? O disco?
É.
Não, acho que ele já tava velho. Mas é estranho porque eu acho que eu não tinha visto. Eu acho que ele não tava no radar de velho. Porque tem um programinha que você põe pra ver se o negócio já tá falhando, entendeu? Daí ele começa a dar uns indicativos. Tem uns indicadores no próprio. Como que chama? No próprio disco. Ele tem um sistema para indicar a saúde do disco. E tem esse programa que o japonês criou, porque é engraçado, tem essa saúde, mas o próprio sistema operacional não mostra. Então o que você faz? Você liga esse programa e ele lê todos os indicadores e dá um status, entendeu? E que eu lembro, o disco rígido ele tá mostrando que ele tá. O disco rígido daquele computador, que eu acho que é bem antigo, aquele de 2 terabytes, que é disco rígido mesmo, porque é para armazenar um monte de dado, né? É bem mais barato, porque 2 terabytes é bem maior. Ele tá assim, amarelo. Então ele não tá muito saudável. Mas aquele outro não tava no radar. Não tava com indicador ruim, eu acho. Eu não lembro dele estar com indicador ruim. E de repente ele apareceu. Eu fui abrir o computador e ele nem tava detectado. Sabe? É estranho, né? Porque eu acho que esses negócios nunca falha de uma hora para outra, né? Ele começa a dar uns negócios, pipoca. Sempre foi assim, né? Não sei se é porque é uma tecnologia chinesa que falha de uma vez por todas. Eu não duvido, porque deixa eu tentar aqui então fazer a aquisição. que é esse? Eu até pesquisei um monte. E não tem, sabe? Não tem. Olha esse, ó, mais vendidos, 50 mil vendidos. Daí não dá coragem de comprar um outro, porque, ai, não sei, não tem condição, sabe? Frete grátis, ou rápido amanhã. Full frete grátis. Eu vou tentar, vou comprar, tá?
Tá.
Transparência, você pode escolher. Ah, tem esse. Se você comprar o kit com 3, fica 60, ok. Deixa eu ver o que é isso. Aqui, comprar um kit com 2. Ah, esse é o kit, é 36. Você acha que vale a pena comprar mais de um?
Depende, o frete é grátis para todos?
É.
Só compra o que precisa.
Hã?
Só compra um que é o que precisa. Eu acho que comprar mais nunca é bom.
Mas porque não.
Porque na verdade não é necessidade, né? Que eu entendi é um negócio que sempre vai ter promoção.
Eu não sei.
Acho que vende muito isso. Acho que muita gente usa periférico.
Você não acha que é bom? Porque olha, o 2 está por 36, um é 24.
Ah, daí vale.
Melhor, né? Eu vou fazer esse de todos.
Prefere muito limpando.
Ai, que bom. Ele tá com dificuldade de se limpar, né? Ah, fazendo isso ele fica animado.
Parece que ele se animou.
Deixa eu ver.
Que eu li é sempre importante o gato se limpar, entendeu?
Você percebeu que ele tá todo despentelhado, né?
Sim.
Ó, o frete não é grátis, agora que eu vi. É R$12,99. Mas se for entre 14 é quando?
Essa semana.
Na próxima semana, né?
Não, é essa semana. Hoje é domingo.
É grátis.
Ah, então põe no grátis. São 2 litros de leite.
Hilo Lutz. R$8. Ah, o frete. Big Cheer, thank you. Itaú, eu vou fazer a vista, tá?
À vista no cartão, né?
No cartão, isso. 36. Interluding now. Ah, yeah, time to pay. Yeah, I'm buying a case that is very good value case. Transparent case.
$5.
$5. Yeah, because I want to test if the disc is good, you know. I can show you. Just a moment. It's this product. Calm, let me see. I got this case
Frete grátis.
with free shipping, you know. No, I got two things recently. I got a disc because that computer is without disc, this disc. In this case, to check. No, it's they call it a case. I don't know if it's a case. No. This do you know. Basically, it's just this board, right, with this case and the cable. You don't know what's this? You put an you put an SSD in here and connect to the computer. Yeah, it's just external. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's... I don't know. Now I realize it's good to talk to Lulu. It's not so fast, you know. I don't know. Bit crazy. But I wanted to check if it's working, that disk. I don't know if it's not working internally, why it would work externally. Alright. I think it is a total failure, that disk. The disk that failed. Let me continue this. I'm doing ca2 store, now I am at Ubuntu, you know. So when you do Fedora next? Yeah, I need to finish. No, first I need to finish Windows, you know. Like finish Windows on ARM. And it's strange because it seems it's locked at this machine. But maybe it's Chrome running the desktop. Let me connect again. I integrate build plan spreadsheet into ca2 application. Yeah. No, there is. I synchronize with the Google spreadsheet. I think I like very much because it's like a mini monster, you know. So here's the storage. It grabs the latest, it do by order, you know. It gets all... How it does it? I don't know. So these sheets here from 2026 are all here, you know. It's synchronized. I can show you. Let's say I flag these as skip it, right? It passed some while. I can do instant update, but you know, because it uses polling, it keeps checking every minute. There will be a minute it will update here, so maybe I'm distracted doing something else. Then later when I check, look, it polls every minute. It checks if the file is modified by a time. So the last update type is 1420. Now it's 1420, you know. So it updates 1420 because 1 minute it checked the date. This build plane was updated more recently. So it compares with this date in the sheet, you know. Ah, by the way, it's not skip, it's running, you know. Okay. Then there will be you like it? Nice low roots. It's not updating calm. I think we will update now. It's not updating low root. Ah, okay. Nice. This is Ubuntu, I'm doing Ubuntu. Ubuntu will finish faster because it's very advanced.
Altså, nu har I fået mig op her igen, åbenbart. Fjerde aften. Nej, eller fjerde aften. Ja, det er aften. Jeg havde faktisk skiftet af i går, det er fandme i orden. Altså, så kan jeg få lov til at sove. Kom nu, hvor er det sindssygt, vi er på så mange. Det er jeg er gammel. Altså, vi bliver jo nødt til at være med til at sove på det her. Hvis vi siger, nej, det kan vi ikke engang. Det gør vi ikke. Ja. Jeg skal være klar til i morgen. Men altså, det er fuldstændig sindssygt, at vi gør det igen. Om lidt 7 minutter. Nico, han sidder her. Han er blevet far. Der er sket alt muligt sindssygt. De sovs, altså. Han er været bare sovet i nat. 3. Okay, ja. Tony, han er kørt direkte tilbage fra Vietnam. Han har været til koncert et eller andet sted. Og blev klippet. Ja. Vi har brug for, at folk giver fuldstændig gas. Så kan jeg komme op og sove igen. Og så kan jeg være frisk i nat. Nej. Jeg skal i seng. Jeg skal i seng. Ja, tag mig ned. Alle ligger 5 på samme tid. Gør den klar, chat. Gør den klar. Alle ligger 5 på samme tid. Midtvejskrise. Jeg hjælper til her. Alle hjælper til. Sig til, når I er klar. Skriv klar i chatten, når I er klar. Skriv klar, når I er klar i chatten. Alle langer 5 op. 5. 1 giftet. Alt. Ikke lidt endnu. Er I klar? Er I klar, chat? Folk er klar. Alle er klar. 3, 2, 1. Nu! Alle ligger 5 nu! Kom nu! Læg 5 på sammen! Kom nu! Alle ligger 5! Den er igennem! Kom nu! Der! Kom nu alle sammen! Ja! Alle ligger 5! Ja, hvor I var! Kom nu! Hjælp nu! Nej, nej, Roland, prøv at stoppe det hele. Så er det ud. Jeg kan ikke stoppe os. reached his truest milestone. Under Lula's command, the homeless population in Brazil has exploded by 97.4%. Well, the president stays in the world's most expensive hotel as safe as luxury members. He parades through palaces. His people have been reduced to a band of outcasts living like animals in the gutters of our cities. The data from the Unified Registry is a punch to the stomach ache. We went from 198,000 Brazilians living in the open in 2022 to over 392,000 in June 2026. The average number of new street registrations, which was 2,000 per month under the previous government, has doubled due to PT administration. The force of fighting misery has collapsed. The PT does not fight poverty, it manufactures it. They traded the dignity of work for a minimum of benefits that keeps Brazilians on a leash dependent on grants that do not cover the cost of survival. When you destroy the economy, you kill small businesses and replace jobs with handouts. You are not saving the poor. You are pushing citizens to rock bottom. A Bolsa Família, a gas voucher, and some other small thing won't pay their rent. They need this chaos. The Let's Project for Pot requires a miserable working population that is dependent on the state. If Brazil prospered, if Brazilians returned to a path of employment and autonomy, the PT would lose its base of maneuver according to Lula's own rhetoric. Misery is not a management error. It is the core strategy. While Planalto Palace lives in luxury, Brazil sleeps on cardboard, poor. The father of the poor has proven that his only love is full control, and the price of this tyranny is the lives of nearly 400,000 Brazilians left to fend for themselves. Now, shield your mind, send this video to at least one friend. My friends, the father of the poor has reached his truest milestone. Under Lula's command, the homeless population in Brazil has exploded by 97.4%. The president stays in the world's most expensive hotel as safe as luxury members. He parades through palaces. His people have been reduced to a band of outcasts living like... Find mobilen frem. Jeg finder den frem nu. Det er midtvejskrise. Tony er klar. Jeg er klar. Ligo er klar. Alle ligger 5 nu. Så gør vi det sammen. Er I klar? Gør I klar? Skriv klar, når I er klar. Skriv klar, når I er klar. Jeg står klar på telefonen. Skriv klar, når I er klar. Vent med lidt. Klar. Alle dem, der skriver klar. Jeg regner med dine trykker. Alle, der skriver klar, de trykker, når der. Er I klar? Alle er klar nu. Er I klar? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tryk! Kom nu! Hjælp os af! Oh my god, den er igen nu. Kom nu, alle trykker! Yeah! Alle trykker! Nej. Hvor er I varme? Skal vi med at trykke? Tryk! Oh my god! Kom nu. Fortsæt. Ja, så er det hakke øjenbrynene til Ole. Vi er der. Fortsæt. Vi skal ramme 40 nu. 40. Op på 40. Op på 40. 40 i chat. Ramme 40. Skriv 40 i
Amém, obrigado, Mumi.
Vi har kun 1 minut tilbage. Man skal trykke nu. Man skal vente at trykke nu. 140 så på 1 minut. Øj, der skal trykkes. Ej, der skal trykkes. Det er en ny rekord. Det er en ny rekord. Tryk, sammen.
Why there's so much disk usage? So much. It's hard disk, but there's too much disk usage. 100%. Where it's spending so much? Who is using that much transfer? Okay, but I turned on the virtual machine just a while ago. Why it didn't pause it? Now it's gonna be the virtual machine. But anyway, it should calm down after a while. I want to check. Okay, it's gonna start. Okay, it started. Then I'm gonna start Smart Kit and C-Line. And by the way, I think I need to forcibly maybe this. What is 9? Task 1 is still with that book. Q. O minus 1. Task 1. Minus 9. Okay. Maybe it gives some. Oh Lord, please help me. Console build tools. Is there something to commit here? there's nothing to commit from here. Ah, nice. It's much more agile now. Okay, so I can close this because I don't know, maybe this agile uses a lot of memory. Oh my gosh. Then now I was doing console build tools. Now let me do this ca2 store application. Linux release build all repository, right? Is it that? Yeah. Let's see if I remember the name. Linux build all. Linux build all. Okay. Much more agile. Do you know what's the problem? Maybe it's a bit less 4 gig in this virtual machine, but if the host doesn't have memory for Dropbox, Google Drive, and OneDrive, and the database that's running there, maybe, I don't know, it can't perform well the other things, including the virtual machine, right? Sorry. Okay. Sorry. So called cdmin checkout. Git pull. Okay, it's too dated. Much better. It's a hard disk, but it's not unusable. It was unusable a while ago. Just tweaking the amount of memory. Important. Look. You measure, you check the task manager of Windows and see there was a problem with the performance. Let me see now. Yeah, no, it's not here. In the task manager, there's some piece. Yeah. Okay, maybe there's activity now because it starts building.
We got a couple of errors.
Okay, nice. Lack of peace. What is that? Just okay. Okay, let me see. Okay, the data. Okay. Let me see. It's peaceful. Why there's now this disk? 100%. Let's increase and stop. I want to know who's doing that. Why there's so much activity at that disk? It's in M. I don't know why there's so much usage. Maybe it's correct, I don't know. Okay. everything. Okay. Now let's put the build right. Let's update the oh my gosh. It's not that good. Smart kit. What am I clicking? Okay, nice. So there are things to commit. Before it starts building, let me commit. This is gonna be the link source for now. Oh my lord. Just because I said it was a bit more agile, it's not anymore. What happened? No, this sea lion is totally trash. It's made in Java, right? What you would expect. It consumes memory as there's no memory in the planet. Look, it goes close to the edge, uses everything, uses a lot of disk, a lot of internet. I don't know, it's difficult. Why they insist in Java? They try to say all languages are not the only good language is C++ using ca2 framework platform. Let's see. This no, all languages, even basic is good. Oh my god, no, stop saying everything is good. We're gonna put a piece of shit and you're gonna say if it's good in your mouth. Oh my god. All languages have it. Jesus Christ. Like when they say that stupid song, everything is awesome. Put a lot of shit in your bed. See if everything's on. Shut up. Everything's awesome in the eyes of your grandmother, mother, and sister, and daughter. Jesus Christ. My lord. Look, I mean, everything's awesome, right? So you're tolerant with any rule we create. Oh, we can inspect what's your age, what's your ID, we're gonna know when you're logged in. Person that gonna do something for you if they manifest opinion against the government in the network, they're gonna have the ID verified. You cannot complain about the government anymore. Very trash, right? Cannot complain about the trash government anymore. They have track of everyone in the network with the ID card. The government says, but don't you have the ID of this user? Tell me what's his ID. What a wonderful world. Give me the number of this individual. I need to put in the CNN news that he is against the government.
I mean, not everything. Yeah, that's I mean, some like also into this 8086, right? I mean, some are really, I appreciate this. That some are.
Ah, eu não quero essa batata. O que é isso?
Batata doce.
Mas tem um monte de carboidrato e você põe ainda batata. Não tem sentido isso que você faz. Tinha que tirar alguma coisa. Por que não tem tomate nesse queijo? Ah, eu não quero.
Deixa eu dar, tira a batata.
Tira já. Obrigado. Whole wheat flour bread. There was even potatoes, more carbs here. It's whole wheat flour bread with butter and honey with salami, sausage, German salami, or Polish. Cheese, melted cheese, hot plate. Ah, eu quero uma batata. Eu quero outra potato. It's good. The sweet potato.
Happy Sunday, everybody.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Co-founder is wishing.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You are a team at C2. Nice, Luz. True.
You know what? Let's simplify this.
ca2 must go home. Yeah, I believe in ca2 too. Just was Ninja. It was about to drop a code. And I hope to join full access to ca2 to carry out the ca2 dream. Nice, cool. But you know, most of all you need to develop is public. The private things are the private things, Lord. Like passwords or one or other repository. Everything else is public. It was most least terrible. I don't know why there's this
This is actually very, very
terrible.
finding all these like weird things you want to have easy but aren't.
I don't know why there's this problem. I think it's Wayland. Ah, no, it's useless, muito anúncio.
Yeah, it's but here token. I think we need to just so the thing, yes, it's bad. It's bad. It's totally like I also don't I it's the merge what's
So the problem I'm having is that I can access a whole data structure this like this, but I can't access a specific member of it, and that's kind of bad. Okay, so let's do all of this and then size of this times and then
Let me try any now.
something like that.
I'm totally addicted to what I do. I love what I do. Totally addicted. I cannot stop. No way.
I'm gonna run this.
I'm addicted to work on ca2, dude.
It doesn't crash.
Totally addicted. Deeply addicted. Enemy user interaction on create window.
I mean, it is possible that the word,
No member on create window, no.
that is three words.
Mm.
The only thing is, I had to rewrite it.
Yeah, it didn't crash.
Even my father, I think my father is
What is that?
given everything else there. I guess what happens is
There's no such as on create window.
it's my
This is such.
I had missed three words, but I had this
Sorry.
to pick up my three words for
No, how does this appear?
So yeah. It doesn't
I don't know what to do now. Going to call on create window. It really doesn't exist. No, seriously. On create window, whole word. There's a lot of places where it was deleted actually. But what's in its place? Like for example, C2 is live. Yeah, I like C2 live. I think it's good. You call me crazy. No, you're not crazy. No, C2. It's a very good piece of technology. I think. I more believe than I think, you know. Let's see. On create window. Lolutz, I'm trying to figure out how this on create window has disappeared. Maybe Windows doesn't need it because it has a trigger. This is annoying. This is annoying because it disappeared this code. On create window. Let me try to check the message. Message create. There's this message. Then let me see. Maybe for a child window. Look, they artificially synthesize the message. It calls message create. Just if not window create. This is in which function? It was that. This is on create child. And maybe this is what on create window did in the past. I'm gonna just put this call in this place, you know. Maybe a bit manually. You know. Worse. it's complaining about it. We're still create a window call. It's not showing com. So here we'll create a window and actually do something like this. Message call. User message create message call. I'm gonna need this later maybe. Hi Tommy here. I'm missing Tommy. Posted command file line open. And this okay. This is how I fix this post request. It's not like this, do you know?
Okay, then we need to debug this on some other system. We should fix it a little more time.
It's interesting that it creates this p5g, but it doesn't put in the request. Then there's this whole application like the data is not much correct. This on OpenGTK application, and it's not on OpenGTK application. It's not correct. This name either. It's on here, to be more precise here. These names are incorrect. Is on GTK application startup. With the word startup doesn't change much the meaning. On activated GTK application, not bad either, but I see another pattern on GTK application, like it's object oriented, activate, okay. And here is not open, I'm not opening the GTK application. I'm telling GTK application to open certain files. No, GTK application open. No. It's already open. Much before all of this happened. Then let me be more precise about the login. Then there's another problem. Maybe I want to call startup. All startup GTK application or activate. Then I forgot. This startup is always calling. Then either it calls activate or open. Then there's a member. I'm going to I'm gonna change these things, and thankfully still I'm close to the definition, you know. Oh my gosh, something that works on GTK application startup. On GTK application activate and on open. This open has a point array to files, array to files that are to be open point and be a file array of files. Okay, very straightforward.
What is going on?
And then GTK application startup.
Question is then,
And
does
then GTK application startup. GTK application activate in that other override GTK application open. Okay. Then there's a problem here that I don't know the name of the function. And what's the name of the function? My core lord will start the problem. What's the name of the function? Maybe I need to find. I think I remember.
now I get a little bit scared? They pretend to support this. Guess I'm gonna have to iterate my printer. Okay.
halt so. Wie,
Man kann ja Mod einsetzen, muss man gar nicht selber aufsetzen.
What is going on? The crazy thing is, I know we need to make tutorial. I mean, I'm aware we need to do some use cases and other things. We need to easier, like, yes, and things happening.
Aber deswegen weiß das Survival passiert ist. Weil ich sind Jobs
What
halt
the
auch
fuck is
soll
going on?
sein. Stellarcraft soll sehr gut sein. Hummer soll sehr gut sein.
I mean, we spend huge efforts to
Genau, einfach direkt, also sind jetzt kostenlos, oder ist es mal kostenlos? Die dann muss man dann ganz Kollegen, aber direkt payen über. Alternativ kannst du auch Survival sparen. Mit dieser Button kannst du dann der Kreditkarte hinterlegen. Und dann geben wir das mit so einfach. Dann musst du nicht selber als Sachen kaufen. Ja, sehr gut. Das sind die Sorgen, die wir dort nämlich. Wobei du nicht was mit anzufangen hast, dann ist es schon
Visualization
Ja, gerne, auf jeden Fall. Ach, übrigens, ich bin live, ja? Ich bin live. Jetzt ist ja. Die sind nicht wie man Projektor, ne? Geht dann geht's richtig schön in die Grundschule. Genau, der. Ja, den hab ich auch schon mal angeklickt, ne? Den Jimmy. War echt schwierig. Ja, ich muss Matze arbeiten. Matze schwatzt allein mit Matze, das sagst du nicht.
I mean, it's a works.
Muss überleben, muss aufpassen. Matze hat eine Frau, Matze hat eine Frau. Ja. Aber mit, also da, Das ist schon sehr, also kannst du nicht aus. Also wenn es jetzt zumindest wegschreibst,
upside down and everything's wrong. That's actually a good question. I think it's always a good idea to reach out. I think as long as you're honest about like where you are, almost okay. So here's my. I've been in that. I'm hiring people right now. I'm not taking remote, unfortunately. But here's really what I would, obviously anybody who hires anybody is a different person, and everybody thinks differently and have different, points of view. But here's my point of view. Anybody who's like really serious about getting a job and like are willing to do the work is interesting to me. Like anybody who doesn't want to phone it in, and anybody who doesn't, so to me it's like if you're reaching out and you're saying, hey, I'm willing to, I just want to do stuff. I think your company is interesting. If there's anything I can do, I'd love to help you. That's a great way of getting in there. Very many people nowadays are very like, they think of work as very transactional. It's like, give me a lot of money and maybe I'll do as little as I have to, right? That's kind of, it's a whole anti-work thing. And I think if you just come at it like, I really want to learn, I really want to be here, I really want to do this. I tell the story of, I used to work with a guy who was straight out of college. He didn't know anything about what we were doing at the company, really. Like, he didn't have any experience or, like, special skills or anything like that. It was just, like, random dude, right? And every Monday meeting we had, we're talking about, oh, we're going to go to Las Vegas next week for doing that show. We need to rent a truck for gear. We need to do this. And, I got to get the tickets ready. And, we talked about, oh, we got to go over to this guy and have a meeting on about this. And, it's like Monday morning kind of stuff. And then you wait like an hour or maybe an hour and a half. And then an email would show up out of nowhere from this guy. And he'd written down all the stuff we talked about. But not only that, he'd be like, oh, you're renting a truck in Las Vegas. Here are the 3 companies that do that. Here's their phone number. Here's like all the things about them. The dude we're meeting, here's his bio. Here's like some stuff I found online, some web links. And everything wasn't perfect. It wasn't like he was an expert in finding, trucks in Las Vegas. That wasn't his gig. But the fact that he did that and he's just like spent the time trying to like figure stuff out was awesome, and he didn't like, he didn't understand everything we were talking about, we're using terms and things like that, but then he would ask, and then he would come back like a week later and he'd be like, I got a follow-up question, and it wasn't just like, tell me again, it was like, I read about that, and, I read about these things and those things, and I'm wondering, can you do this and that? And it was like clear, oh, this guy's been thinking, he's been trying, he's been learning, he's not at the same place that we were when we left off this conversation last time. He's now a smarter person, because he just like used our last conversation as a jumping off point to go look stuff up and, get smarter. And it's like, I would hire that guy in a heartbeat for almost any job. Really. Like, I wouldn't, hire him to be a doctor, obviously. But like, if I had a doctor's office, I'd be like, yeah, sure, we'll find something to do for you. Because that kind of people are really rare. And surprisingly rare. And they're from like, if you're driven and if you want to do things, like, get in touch with people, right? And it's, get in touch with people more than once if they don't respond. don't be afraid. Obviously, tell them off, you know. But I think almost always it's like if you can impress them by something, like if you read about a startup that's done something, and you sit down and like do something in that area, it's like if it's a startup you really want to work on, right? So I used to, you know, I run a small startup doing like fixtures, and if somebody is like, hey, I look, you know, nobody knows what I'm doing, so it's kind of secret, but we used to have a more open company that did that. And if somebody with electronic skill would be like, hey, you know, I'm curious about what you're doing, you know, I read about this thing, so I sat down last night and I soldered together a thing that does something, you know, vaguely, remotely like what you're doing. I'm like, holy shit, this guy did something because he was like interested in us, and you know, he started out with like, here's how I can contribute, and not with like, here's what you can give me. And to me, that's like, that is really, really impressive. And I would much rather hire somebody like that than, you know, somebody who's like, oh, I went to Harvard, or I went to this fancy school, or, you know, my parents are rich, or whatever. Like, you know, somebody who can like immediately be like, hey, I can contribute, I can take a problem you have and just make it disappear. That's a person I want to work with. So I hope that is in some way informative. Okay, so now I want to draw this.
på produktionen herude, ellers så fucking slukker jeg for nettet.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like, in some ways, if you're doing electronics, which is super, super cool, one of the things that is, like, I don't know what your income is, so I don't want to, like, but one of the really cool things is that you can manufacture your own circuit boards for almost nothing. Like it's like $100 gets you a lot of circuit board, and you can really do things like, I think there used to be a time when hardware required a lot of gear, and the gear was very expensive. And today, a lot of the gear is very inexpensive to begin with, if you want to do it yourself. Like, how much is the soldering iron? Like, I'm just like, I have no idea if you have a soldering iron, but why is this my I like AliExpress just because it's ridiculous. Like, I'm not endorsing anything being sold here. Soldering iron. Okay, so these are in Swedish crowns. This is like, so here's USB for, so this is like $17-ish. And you know, they go up. Here's a soldering iron for $7 or $8. Like, $8 is very little money, right? The majority of people in the world can afford $8. I was talking to Alex Evans, who of Media Molecule fame, and he's making. Let's see if we can find that. Blinky. There we go. So he makes this, which is a circuit board. It's super, super cool. So he makes these. This is Alex. So I'm not gonna play this over. But these are little synthesizers, and you know, there's people making music with these. And he said that essentially ordering those online to be manufactured by like PCBWay costs him significantly less than it costs to like buy a pre-made one, which is crazy, right? Because he's like, he says he's like pays $100 and gets like 5 boards that are fully populated, and that's, to me, is like crazy. That, you know, they can cut your, like, I have. Hold on, I got some here. No, wait. So these are circuit boards that I've made. Give me a second and I'll go get some. These ones are not, doesn't have any parts on them, but I think I do have some parts. Let me get back to you in a second. Hold on. circuit board made by a friend of mine, which is custom for light fixture making. Bunch of LEDs. These cost like nothing. They're just a couple of dollars for these, and they take like 5 days to between manufacturing and getting them. I'm working with a bunch of other stuff, so I have these are 2 aluminum parts that are machined and fit together. These were more expensive. These are $50 each, so they're kind of expensive. But like $50 for this, and you know, you get to learn how to machine, and you talk to a bunch of Chinese guys, and they tell you, here's a more elaborate thing. So this is a 2-part, 2 aluminum parts that are anodized. This is part of the texture building. And then you can go even further. And here is this is carbon fiber. So but yeah, this is also something I made. I'm spending more than $50 on these things, but like I'm not an expert. I'm learning this, and it's like you can just get stuff like this done. And if you can't afford doing it, you can, like for carbon fiber, you can buy like kits that cost like $100 or $200, where you can make your own carbon fiber, and especially if you have a 3D printer, or like even if you can woodwork to make shapes and make carbon fiber out of them, which is like super cool. So you know, the thing that was like space age that NASA did 20, 30 years ago, you could do in your kitchen today for very little money. So I would definitely like go into PCB design is super cool, especially if you're like into programming, so you can actually go end to end and like make a thing from scratch. Like that is super valuable. And it's more accessible. Like, and I would also say it's like, so I machine these things. I didn't machine them myself, but I CAD'd them, and just learning, you know, one of the things that is super valuable about that is like, you can be a CAD person. Like, I can CAD anything, right? And I can't, but if you can CAD anything, that doesn't mean you can make anything. But if you learn how to do all the other stuff, like order it online, talk to the people, and all that interaction is like super valuable. Like so many of my, you know, stuff, you know, I'm just like faking it. I'm just like drawing something and then sending it off, and they're like, oh, we can't make this because the tool has to, you know, reach it, or you know, it's gonna break, or it's gonna whatever. You know, and I'm like, okay, so each time I learn, so I make less and less mistake. They tell me, you know, what I can't do, and they're great. So I learn how to do the whole thing. And if you imagine, imagine you're hiring somebody to do something, right? If that person is like, oh, I can CAD a circuit board. Okay, that's valuable, right? But it's way more valuable if you're the guy who can like, I can CAD them, I can send them off to manufacturing, I can make sure they're okay, I can test them, I can like buy them in bulk, I know how to do that, I know who to talk to, I can do the whole thing, right? And I experience with all that. That's way more valuable than just like, oh, I can do a virtual sketch of something. So that's really, you know, something I recommend everybody like that you learn.
It might work with old setting, with Ember, like maybe potentially could maybe
do this. See what happens. So now we're drawing this here.
Theoretically, unfortunately,
Should remove this. Oh.
it does not work for 10 years, right? I tested it 3 times, it never worked. iPhone 15, when iPhone was new, theoretically I would want T2
Igen, det fortsætter bare.
I mean, we have some very problems to take while we shut down. I think I remember seeing this. It's not the first time I've seen this. I've seen this somewhere else. I don't think I ever had this part here working recently, so maybe this was with some other NVIDIA card. Functionally, things. It's reverse. Yeah, so there are some things that are maybe only like Verge and like other things that we had good news first message.
This.
Things were turned into things.
Right. Now.
Yeah, he further improves this. I want to see like soon, like now that we this cables.
Ich habe 60 bis 80 Reflex. Und alle anderen ist auch 60.
Well, in most other distributions, most extreme, except the mainstream. We have already for years, and I'm not new to this, right?
So what's going on?
Really only NVIDIA looks to most Plus, all the other distributions use So basically, don't play, just switch to tutorials. Basically, helping NVIDIA in 2026. Yes, this helping NVIDIA with making my process first.
There we go.
Rever TNT 04. Hey, how many LLMs can be run? Wait, the message means what the message
There we go.
I want to be honest. First it started with "You're right, Dave. You're right." Now it's to be honest. I tried to just
Yeah, there we go. So now we're going to close that gap there. And then this has to be
hello, where's your first chatter?
that is
Local models. Just to know, like,
open source Verilog? It's gotta be.
Hi, real through truth.
Awesome open source project.
Welcome to the stream. Are you still there, real truth? You were scared. Hi, you told. Hi, bro. What you doing here? Welcome to the stream, real truth. Um. I'm streaming C2 live coding. So in this channel I do live coding. I only code when I'm live. You know? When I am alive. So this C2 what it is? Application made with C2 platform for Windows. You get the same source, create your application for C2 platform. You get C2 platform for Ubuntu. Your application will run at Ubuntu. If you get C2 platform for FreeBSD, your application would work at FreeBSD, and so the other operating systems, you know. C2 is a powerful multi-purpose platform upon which creators can grow their awesome applications and systems using C++ language. This channel is about live coding C2. Where I was working.
Pretty good. What time is it? Oh, shit. But it's late. I want to see if I can do one more thing. Yeah, that sucks. I think you should definitely look for startups. That's a good idea. Oh, sorry, I made my That's what I would do. I think it's like always like be a doer is a good idea. You know, there's a lot of people who are like, if somebody gave me $100 million, I could make a much better movie than Hollywood, right? And it's like, maybe, but it'd be much better if you made a really cheap movie and showed you could do that, right? It's like, if you show people, it's like, here's what I've done with the shittiest tools in the world. Like, I don't have access to any of the good stuff, but I still made this cool thing. Then people think like, oh my god, what if I give this guy the good tools, this person's gonna do amazing. And that I think is like a great way to get yourself noticed. I'm gonna try. See if I can add. What I'm gonna do is add scroll. I think this actually is. Wait, this is gonna fail.
Hi, Ice Coding Cat. You made a new term? Ah, okay, a new design pattern, okay. The gator design pattern. Maybe I regret it. So, what's the gator design pattern? Is like an array that you add things to it? You put in some data and you use that to gather the data you need to work on in the next step. Ah, you need to gather the data. The data is not there. It's like an AI that gather the data that needed to be there. Like I'm getting file paths from blobs. Can't it just be an array of file paths? Or it's not suitable? You really have to gather it, or once you get the file name you already have it? My gather function does return an array of files. Hi, guys.
That's awesome. Yeah, you should keep working on it.
Interesting. But this gator file pattern already has a name. This design pattern is called array, as coding cat. It's not even a design pattern, it's more like that structure, you know. It's so primitive, but design pattern. Yeah, but it's like a design. Everything, even the for loop is a design pattern. Everyone knows how to create a for loop because it's a pattern in itself. You can tell, no, this is a control flow, but it's a design pattern and you use in programming. In your Gator design pattern you're calling here, I don't know if next I'll be gathering object files. It's the same thing, you're just translating a file name to a file object. It's just maybe you're more ready to be used, but it's the same thing, it's an array of object files. If you're gathering object files, it's not just gather, it's a complex black box under the I coding cat, this was fun. And you need the i12 processor to process this black box. You have a simple public function gather, which calls a bunch of functions under the I cries. I have this, do you know, in C2 already. I can show you. Let me see if I can find it. In the file context, let me see in app repository. The file context. Acme. File system, file directory context. So you have your directory. So it's just a function in this class, you know. Folders. Where disappeared. It's not here, folders. Is it directory system? Maybe I could create. Look, folders. You pass a path. No, a path. A path to a directory, and returning a listing of all folders in this folder, you know. I just could create a flag recursive to fetch recursively. So is this your getter pattern, a function that return a listing of folders below a certain patch? Is this file enumerator folders patch? As coding cat, this design pattern is just an array. You know? Sorry, I had to tell you. I do pass a base path and second pattern. Jesus, there's another pattern. You got in this thing. You got into the thing of pattern. You know, pattern is meant to be easy, like array, fork, knife, spoon, pen, table. A design pattern is not meant to be a complicated thing that you don't know how it works. You know exactly what you do, and when you need it, you use it. Array. You put the file list in array, you get the array, the items in the array. If it's complicated to use, you don't have. Do you know that things they created? We used to sell in television a chair that massaged you at the same time. You can pee, you can pull. You know, this is too crazy. No. It's not this design pattern. A design pattern is like a knife. I want to the cup design pattern. What do you want? Don't need anything more than that. Gator pattern. I know, Jesus. I don't. This is too much. A company that accepts a collection of inputs, performs whatever work is necessary to obtain the next stage artifacts, including transformation, lookup, caching, or generation. Returns those artifacts through a simple interface hiding the implementation details. I don't know. Ice Coding Cat. This seems to be. This is so generic. Maybe this is called a system. This is the most basic thing. What's a system? System. What I learned in the university after I learned a lot of calculations and things. You're calling this a system. Come, let me show what's a system. Basically, it's not even a pattern. Everything works like that. You have a black box, right? That maybe it's not so square. Call it system. You have inputs or input, and it produces something that you want. Output. This is a system. So the gator pattern is this, a system. You put anything on it and it get what you need from it. This is a system. Input, output, and the system. Translating input in, out. And your black box. How much time it takes? If it's too complex, gonna take too much instructions. As code can simplify. You're using too much design patterns. And the important, imagine you have a very big system, but it produces only a single banana and it's so old that it's ripe. Jesus. I couldn't get. Please. Okay. Gator pattern. Everything is a gate pattern. I eat food, I walk and go to a certain place. The output is going to a certain place. My system isn't slow. Yeah, I need to be fast because your code is very complex. Interesting, your gator pattern. So in the end you get, do you know you want this and this and this? I give you the this is what I produce. This is my interest, and then you will give the tax to the government. Liquid money that he can buy caviar, salmon and lobster to eat. This is that. I know, I couldn't get. No, I cannot think about that. Jesus Christ. Gator pattern. Is it the get? Isn't it get pattern? Because gator is the same as get, right? You get the output from the input. Is another way of calling a system. You make a system that for example, I go to Camilo houses and I need a fork. So it gathered the fork from my house and then it has a fork. But you don't need my entire house to get the fork. You can go to the supermarket and get a fork if you buy. Otherwise, you're gonna gather the policy in your or not. I don't know if they would make a question about a fork. No. Yes, gather means to get, but usually not just get one thing. You get a bunch of things. No. Thank you. I was just giving an example. It's not a contract that you can rob me, you know. So you gather time from people so they get distracted, that they don't do what they are meant to do. Is it that? This gathering pattern seems very useful. Sometimes you need to collect the food to put in your mouth with the fork, and you don't know how you're gonna gather it, right? So you use a fork or a spoon. You have to fabricate it. So look, you're magical because it's covered that this is called gathering. Oh my gosh. I know, I couldn't catch, please. Gator pattern design. This is not a design. It cannot be called a design pattern because it's everything is a system in some sense. It has an input, processes, output. No, really, this is like communist people, probably like oxidized iron programming, right? Because we invent a thing and call it a design pattern. Christ. Jesus. Basically, when you write this, oh my gosh, Gator, a component that accepts a collection of inputs, do a lot of trash and return output. This is a system. He just renamed it, you know. He called things that programmers like transformation, lookup, caching, or generation. It looks fancy because it's all Latin words, right? I don't know. Lookup. Oh my gosh, you're gonna do lookup. I don't know how to do that. Caching. Generate what? Transform to what? Yeah, but this isn't just get one thing. It's getting a bunch of things, but it's doing complex work. Yeah, do you know? And then maybe for the transformation, for the lookup, for the cache, for the generation, you will use other design patterns. But getting is just getting. Generate whatever is needed. I couldn't cat. You're lost in your own words, please. I just... No, seriously. The Gator design pattern, it doesn't tell anything. Really. Because when you have... After you generate, you don't need to Gator. The result's there. Oh my gosh, why you need to Gator if it's generated, transformed, or looked up or cache? Oh my gosh. I understand. You're basically telling, your application is a bunch of trash because this is what everybody thinks a program is. And you put the input and then you gather the output. No, Jesus. You discovered this is an app, right? Or this is a fork. A fork, you have the food you put here and then it's in your mouth. Crap. You didn't even talk about the hand, right? That you need time, need to be alive, need to have appetite. But okay, the important thing is that the doctor told it's the gator design pattern. I understood this, good cat. This is what you want to be. Okay, good luck. So, but don't spend my time calling. I don't need to learn this. This is losing the ability of doing things because it be under the gator. It needs to be very complex, otherwise you cannot get. Jesus Christ. I know. Jesus Christ, I don't believe that. Yes, first step, I gator the globes. I Jesus, this is engineering. This is not gator. And do you know what's trash? Trash, I scold the cat. You're calling all your work under the umbrella of a doctor that's telling, this is just gatoring. You're just an operator. You're doing a lot of operations, but this is the gator pattern. So basically, they are reducing your work to nothing, telling you're unusable, that the AI can do it. So I scold the cat, please, don't be toxic, okay? Don't be a doctor. What you gonna gator to me? Can you gator a pizza and deliver in my house, please? By the way, I'm not hungry right now. You're talking so much about the gator. But oh my god, this is ridiculous. Gator, what are you talking about? Alright, my uncle. I am not. I write my uncle. What? What? I don't understand. I just discovered that I was using function and naming the gator over and over. You mean then with E or then with A? I just discovered that I was using function and naming then them with M, them gator over and over. Wait, I just discovered that I was using function and naming them gator over and over. I needed to. I don't know. I think you needed to be born again. I couldn't get really. Reset, go back to school and learn all again. Like I have file pass calling gator. Now I find an in object cache gator. And what? what's the problem with that? This is not the problem. You find out to use it. You don't need to gator. My gosh. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I think that's it for tonight. I want to thank everybody for watching. Next week.
So I keep naming by public functions gator. This is not the gator design pattern. This is encapsulation. You have an interface, you attend to the interface. You call your system. System eat. Whether you use fork or knife or spoon, you're eating. You're eating, developing the system. A function is a system. You have input, do whatever you need, but you have to do the output. That's what you're doing as coding character. I have to say. So let me work, please. Just it was too much time in this thing. Piece of. Okay, that's two. You can call it whatever you want. Yeah, this is called. This is the basic of an object as coding cat. I don't know if they can call a design pattern. You have a class called operating system. Operating system. It can be Windows, Linux. It doesn't matter how you implement it. You put a file and you open in the video player. The interface, the program is called video player. It doesn't matter if it's VLC, if it's free, or if it's Windows Media Player or Apple Player. How it can? Why the doctor would like to name it? He's crazy. He wants to name everything a gator pattern. He needs to rename everything. A gator pattern. It's a video player. Doesn't matter if it's VLC or MP3 or MP4. It's playing the video. I know I scolded cat. This is not a meaningful thing to talk about. It's not a design pattern. This is a get pattern. Get my time and put in the trash can. My gosh. Why I needed to learn that a system is a system? Do you know, when I learned this serious doctor, you are a doctor, and now you teach me what's a system. Input, process, output. Marvelous. So I learn all no, you're not telling that you are a shit. You need a lot of work, calculus, geometry, physics, chemistry, calculations and engineering. Finding out you needed to do a caching instead of just gathering the information. But it doesn't matter. In the end, you're gonna produce just that iPhone, for example. Alright? Gonna produce in 4 seconds a new iPhone appears in the fabric line. So why you need to name a fabric a gator pattern? What's the advantage of naming it a gator? Like builders, and I don't know, you create so many design patterns. Builders, strategy, bridge, factor, Christ. This was so ABC, I scolded cat. I passed this phase of design pattern a long time ago, because then the guys say, no, this is not this is not a gator. This is more like a builder. No, it's like more a strategy. No, this is more like a bridge. No, this is more. It doesn't matter what it is. Ay, Jesus Christ, I don't need. Ay, Jesus Christ. I escolhi cat. Why you are saying you want to classify, put the exact name?
Tá gritando já.
The only purpose of a design pattern is know it exists in some sense and use it. But when it comes to the fact that you don't know anymore what is that, I know I'm gonna time out you as code because I'm spending my time and you're not talking about C2, you know. It's not useful much talking to you, and we discuss this later. You sort of you didn't come to my stream for months because and you end up to being that doing these talks, you know. I'm talking about C++ because all my code is in C++, but this channel is not about C++. Eventually, C2 is coded. It's not eventually. C2 is coded in C++, but C2 don't use design patterns. It just do awesome things. So if you're not tuned in C2, you don't need to come to this chain. Why is coding? It's not. This chain is not about C++ or design patterns. It's about CA2. Okay? It's not about C++ or the fancy design patterns or doctor talk. It's meant to be easy to use by developers. You may study it and find out that it uses extremely complex design patterns. But this is your totally marginal borderline work. C2 is round, beautiful, and perfect and awesome. Design patterns are nothing. Because your design patterns are not producing anything useful. Because they're talking gator, but you don't come up with anything, with a single, I don't know what. Hi, Jesus. I know what you want to do. You want to show this a clip of what I'm saying in a compact form and show the Twitch to tell you need to I needed to tell Twitch what you're doing to the but you just come here to talk this is useful things and you say but he's a Twitch Prime user so he could be using his Twitch Prime subscription to subscribe to your channel. Not even that, you don't help with even that. My getter function works. What are you trying to say? Hi, Jesus Christ. I just no. My gosh.
I think it's not the grease weasel, because the grease weasel can write.
Like they say in Portuguese, you cannot talk to a door, right? Talking to the door isn't. You can either kick. I'm imagining what it does means. The same, right? You can kick, you can open, right? You cannot or talking to the stone. A stone. You cannot talk to a stone, right?
So yeah, local H drive is the thing. The grease weasel.
It's totally useless. The function is called gator whether you want to label it with a design pattern or not.
So if you could say the grease weasel itself is perfect
how you would model the turning point problem? Ice coding kit. There's no design pattern for it. It's called engineering. So design pattern are not the answer for everything. And most things are turning points. And the gator pattern is just like, I'm a robber. I'm just gonna get, this is the communist guy, the government take everything. Maybe someday I return to you. Oh my gosh. Your time. Your money, your youth. Your sanity. Give you sanity without a single piece of pizza, because who needs pizza? We can give you just rice with water, bro. Do you need a pizza? Why you need a pizza, School and Cat? This is communist talk, You can. Why you need to leave, right? Oh my gosh! Look. This is Obama being, everything's so logical under the logic. You cannot just do it because you want. Then they're gonna look the cumulus. Why you want it? Oh my gosh! Why I want it? Jesus Christ! All right. Fantastic. Then you start to question why you live, why you're alive, why you were born. Jesus Christ. You're not useful, right? Because you were always a meme for Lula to be president of Brazil and for him to eat, I don't know. Want a lot of money, be famous, be a celebrity. It doesn't do anything. What's the goal of your life? Are you making the goal the existence of a dictatorship? You're living in a dictatorship. At least what's good in the United States? Nobody lives to be proud of Trump. Thanks, Lord, we are not proud about Trump. Everybody has a critics about Trump. But in Brazil it seems strange that the left part insists to say that Lula is perfect. Obama is perfect. Even that old grandpa being whatever is perfect, being Biden. The left part is always perfect, they have notes. The perfect dictator. They have a clean talk, a perfect talk. They are always perfect. They talk about global warming, plastic is bad. No, you imagine doing a comics. Do comics. What's this for? Do comics. Have to produce bananas and wheat. No. Alright, and while they are telling you you can be gay, is because they want They want to declare to United States you're a democratic country. Look what they choose. They could vote in being gay. I'm free to be poor and gay. Look, fantastic. I'm gonna sell my ass in the corner of the street. Ah, no. Please. Gay and poor. Jesus Christ. This is a piece of... Look, if you're very rich, first, people, at least in front of you, they won't question if you were, or ask your preference, you know? I don't know. But I Christ. And if you're people, they say, these capitalists. But you know, if they have a lot of money, they are doing something correct. They make you dream about going to Mars. Think about something beyond this Earth. Maybe it's too confusing. I can go to a place where I can call any piece of land mine. Good Mars. Are you dreaming about planting bananas and make bananas be the best? You're in a communist country. Do you know the difference? You're dreaming about going to Mars with your... No, not in this case, no, but you're dreaming about eating bananas with... Jesus, please. And look, even on this point, they want to humiliate you because they want that you eat bananas with your soulmate. And then, in the end, they say, I was just proposing if you give me your money and let me manage it for you, it's because you trust in me. What a victim. Always a victim. I have to create iPhone, you produce banana, and I have to give iPhone for you because of you produce a banana. No. They really no. Is it some sort of bad formulated joke? Oh my gosh. Look, now what happens? Look how long activate. I don't know exactly what's activate. Because, you know, activate is very vague. It's vague. We can start. Activate. And what you're gonna do? We're gonna fetch system background call. And then starts to be a place where people start to put things. You can hold, you keep it alive. Hook operating system temp. And this is a bit late for that, to be honest. Maybe this could be on prepared, you know. On activate should be that process. You process the first request. If the first request is empty, create a file new. If there's a request, you process the request and open the application. Right? Very simple idea. You're not going to put a lot of things on activate. So what's on prepare for? What's on prepare for? So I'm gonna remove this on activate like I have done. Maybe let's switch from an alien language to a positive to yeah, I like this so much. Need positive from Thomas. On prepare application. Oh, look how many. A lot of. And then this. Maybe I should not do this is good. Maybe I scolding cat directly talk about umbrella denomination naming convention. Application activate. No. I don't know how to name it. Right? Stop doing this type of thing, calling a name gate activation. No, it's very specific. Is I don't want to tell fetch dark mode. Initialize it. Dark mode. Dark mode. Dark mode system start. Not application activate. It's just the dark mode, you know. And it's complex a system. Not the dark mode. Look, it's easier because now I can tell I don't want the dark mode in this application. I can put a further text. If dark mode system enabled, if not started, start. Something like that. But by default, always have this. The application activator. Oh my gosh, what is this? If I remember correctly, love C++, that's what I thought. I'm sorry I scolded Cat for losing my page. Maybe I should have listened to you. Sorry. The no gator pattern. Really? Jesus Christ. I understand it's important, this pattern. It seems basic, but it's important. It's important. It's important because sometimes you create like how am I gonna do that? You started to expose parts of your implementation, your transformation part, your caching part, your lookup part as part of your class. But maybe the only thing that matters maybe from a bigger aspect is the gator. The other functions, if you create them in the class, could all be private or protected. The only public function can be the gator that doesn't need to be called gator, right? But you have only a public function called gator, and doesn't matter how you're gonna do it. What operations are gonna do. You just have a public interface that implements gator files, for example, get the file or get folder. It doesn't matter if it's over the network, if it's in your disk, if it's in a cloud environment. I don't know. It's gonna get the file. Nice, I couldn't care. Maybe I was not patient because I don't know, but this is to name. I don't know. This is the basic of an interface, right? I couldn't get. Can it be called a design pattern? This is my question. Isn't this an interface? The public interface of a class. You attach to the public interface of a class and offer that service. Eventually, your class has a public interface called gator. The way you do the gator inside your implementation doesn't matter, right? I like C++, but I don't like it. To be honest, it's interesting to talk about C++. I like C++ and sort of tightly and unconditionally connect to C++. But My Fox is C2, so if I don't know, it's okay. Maybe I don't understand. Maybe it was good for me. You talking about this Gator pattern. That some people you can be a bit lost in this naming things, you know. I tried C2 but never built, so I wasn't able to use it. Let me try. So okay, if you eventually, what would you use? Maybe I need to freeze a version of C2, you know. Maybe create a branch. It kept failing to install or build. Um, what operating system you would be testing C2 with? Which environment? Which operating system? I forget. I have Ubuntu 26 now on my server. Your server? But does it have a desktop? Ah, no, you can't do it. C2 is currently is just graphical, so you cannot use it actually. I also have Linux Mint. Oh, interesting. Your Linux Mint is how it's called. It's graphical, right? Okay. It's equivalent to which Ubuntu. Do you know if many people use Linux Mint? I don't believe any desk. Hi, key win wait 2 seconds and browser with F11. Hi. I cannot talk to you. I don't understand Arabic. You have Linux Mint? Mint is supposed to feel like Windows in his user interface. Hmm. Can you run Windows app in ca2? Yeah, but it's not the main usage of it.
I think this drive just straight up doesn't work. Just don't answer. Is that he's against that, I guess. I'll understand. Oh, Panasonic 144. Is this his email? Okay, interesting. So confirmation of order. I'm testing the x64. So I'm testing the TFS is fair. This is arm64. RAM, magnetize. Yeah, it's kind of a shame I don't have a 400K. Wait, what's the Mac 512K? Does that have a 400K drive? Does not have a 512K. Oh gosh, does that have a 400K drive? We should test that. Although it should be, it's just, they're smaller, physically bigger sectors, right? Oh no, it's single socket. That's not the point. That's not worth testing. Alright, props. I am inclined to try this disk, which does not have any visual defects on this drive.
On C2, you override functions where you start the point is. I almost always I use um, I override functions. I use virtual functions. Only if performance functions are not virtual. If you know some performance things. Cause of vtable lookup.
It seems more like around certain times, I'm guessing somebody like leaves work or something, maybe they hits up the cell tower really hard. There we go, fail around 43, okay. But that was the like less desirable disk. So, demagnetize the other disk, what would you check out?
Maybe I should have.
I think Samsung works. Also has some
Do you think yeah, you see it's more important for windowing run to be performant or to route the message. I don't know, I scold the cat. Don't be toxic, please. Jesus, really.
Yeah, so local H, the actual capacity doesn't matter. That's where what you were saying with the specific unformatted.
No, whatever. No, so if you want to be part of C2, the best thing C2 is like. I think I understand what people say, or you love it or hate. For example, when you go, let's say you're gonna live in Curitiba or São Paulo or New York. You go to New York. You won't tell. I'm gonna to New York because it works. Or maybe no. You're gonna live in a small city in United States. You're gonna make it work. It's not that it's because it works. So if you're working with C2, it's not because it's performant or because it maybe even be dysfunctional. So currently, maybe in the future when it's a good platform, maybe I can say, maybe the cheap followers they're gonna tell, I like C2 because pum, 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 pum. But right now I need partners that tell I want to make part of C2 because C2 is C2, not because, or maybe because C2 is it's my adopted kid. Once you adopt, you're not looking if it's smart or not smart. I don't know. I Christ, now you're. Whatever works. Jesus Christ. Jesus, what I have made. I have pieced in some sacred book, maybe. Jesus Christ. I mean, what you find to be the best solution. No. I don't like these conditions to work under these conditions. I think I was raised in maybe I was spoiled. Then eventually I decided to be productive. You know. Maybe this is a bad way of being raised. Not I was not raised because I was performant. I don't know or was. I was raised under a thing called I'm gonna make it work, you know. This was my raise. Maybe there's a condition. Because, but this condition is enough, you know. The condition is the identity. Because it's ca2, I'm gonna be loyal to ca2. This is something about loyalty. I don't want it. It's not performance, so I'm gonna use cute. Good look. Really, I don't need that in my history, you know. Good look with cute, because cute is much better, maybe. And you know, they make you declare things like, make phrases like that. So I know, very toxic. No way, no way. No way, no way. If you want something to not have to use a virtual function but still polymorph, maybe you could allow a function to be passed in as a parameter. I scolded cat. But then you have a function pointer. It's the same. It's even more expensive because you have to pass the function by as an argument. In the virtual function table, first, your function sort of is hard-coded in the virtual function table, so it won't look up. It's just an index. It's just like C++ is. It's not more expensive than the alternate. So let's say GTK. GTK has a lot of virtual functions, but they call it function pointers. Every function in GTK API is, every public function is a virtual function. Have you noticed that? Stop, I scolding cat, really. I want to listen to you, to these things. If I'm doing image processing, I'm gonna make the virtual function outside the function, maybe virtual function, the code GIF. I'm being didactic. Maybe in lower levels you'll need other decodes. The code GIF, JPEG, all the control functions should be virtual. Then you discover, no, but here I need to be virtual, but it's not virtual. Then you have to change the interface. All functions in ca2 API are virtual. If you're gonna do an expensive operation in your image function, video function, then you stop using virtual function after that layer. No, seriously, how there's no way to implement almost anything useful you cannot implement without the virtual functions. I scolding cat. No, seriously. If you come from this thing that virtual functions are bad, oh my god, the cost. Simply you cannot. GTK use virtual functions, otherwise they cannot implement their interface. I scolding cat. But you're talking about the cost of virtual function. It's the minimum. There's no other way to implement an interface. How we implement an interface? I scolding cat. I use virtual functions too. I don't know why. If you for example, I need but water is expensive in Brazil. Yeah, but so we need. No, I know really. I scold the cat. This I don't know why you're talking about virtual functions. You want to ban the virtual functions. Ay, Jesus Christ. I think I know what I'm gonna do. It's no way. You brought up virtual functions and said you use them except for some things for performance service. Then you asked me if it's for those things, if it's better to use virtual functions for those or not. For those? No. For the Tumblr rule of ca2, yes, is I always use virtual functions. I always use virtual functions. Unless I see advantage of not using virtual functions. For example, let's say I'm trying to do a simple explanation and it's a didactic explanation. I don't know, a didactic. Didactic. It's not literal because maybe someone may think, I know for performance reasons this function cannot be virtual. But let me try to explain what I'm gonna say. Didático. I'm gonna be didactic. Let's say you have you need to open an image file. Then I call open image file. This open image file can be a generic file that's covered the type of the file and then open the correct encoder. So look, even this function can be an interface, open image file. Then it calls open image file in the correct interface. Look, this can be a design pattern. I discover the correct encoder, and the encoder has the same function that implements interface open image file. Until now, I'm only in virtual function. Then I need to decode the pixel. This function is not virtual anymore. If it probably even won't be a function, you're gonna do it in line. You want to call a function for every pixel. You know. But did you understand? So almost all time when you're coding, you're doing virtual. There's no reason to not use virtual. And if you don't use virtual, soon you're gonna be using virtual to break the contract, because you're gonna tell, I want to override this, but the guy didn't declare it in his code it's virtual, so I need to put virtual. It's better to put virtual in everything, unless it's a performance function, or like I don't know, get the next block in the decoder. But then look how interesting C++. Then it's so specific, it's not an interface anymore. It's specific to that decoding task, so it doesn't need to be virtual. It should not also. Because it won't be virtualized. Hi ThinkPad, welcome back. Ay, Jesus Christ, I have to explain everything. So everything is virtual. The only thing is virtual is the dick. Because the dick is specific to Thomas. The glass is virtual, could be another glass, could be another pen. The only thing that's not virtual is the implementation. You know? Even the worker in your company can be sorry for saying that. The glass is virtual, the knife is... Look, not... Sometimes no, because I want that fork, right? I want that. What I'm saying, I don't need to talk about it now. I answered Uzi, what works best for you? Best for C2 developers, right? I don't know, I'm too impatient. I think I want to pass the exam. I'm so impatient. Left to type sequence type. I know what I'm gonna do. No, I cannot say that. I think you described what works best for you. You use virtual. almost always except in a few performant areas, like processing pixels from a file. Maybe what happens is C2, most of classes are interfaces or wannabe classes. So this is why you see almost all classes in C2 framework are virtual. But when you come to implementation, there's no more reason to use virtual because you won't create unless you need the interface. I'm gonna use either this implementation or this implementation. Sometimes some C++ some decoding libraries that use C++, they tell look for, but you know, it's generally the virtual is in a higher level. I use this method to decode because here it's gonna be much more stronger. Here in this part, use this method. Instead of you calling another function, just call interface. And then sometimes it's convenient to do that. You just tell decode this. But sometimes also, depending on the algorithm, if it's 2 or 3 cases, or if it's not generic enough your use case for you to virtualize, you won't virtualize either. Or maybe you virtualize just because you want to virtualize, but you won't be the bottleneck of your system. And if it's the bottleneck, what you do? Let's say a virtual function is being the bottleneck. What you do? You make it non-virtual. You try to make it non-virtual. By the way, look, I remember the increment count and decrement count is virtual. Can it not be virtual? What a question. It's done many times in every object all the time. And if it's the only thing that matters when you're using 0.1% of the CPU, I don't know if it's worth optimizing. It appears as a noise that appears in your CPU. I don't know if it's worth. Is the cost of not making it virtual is worth, you know. Because humans tolerate and AI tolerate a lot of noise. This is why they are called smart, right? When something doesn't, even the keyboard has to treat noise, right? When you type, there's a lot of noise in the key itself. If you type and keep it doing short circuit, it's gonna be a lot of typings, you know. So many moments in electronics, in intelligence, you're removing the noising. And if you try to create you may get so crazy about removing every noise from the system that it becomes unfeasible to do this perfectly. And what's gonna happen when you're happy, there's a lot of interaction, you won't notice this noise. This noise. Actually, then what happens when the illumination starts to become low? What you do? You enter another mode. So this is how you can become smarter too, like the standby mode, right? That's still energized. Some systems are still working, but you're spending much less energy. Like these cars, there are cars nowadays that when you stop, literally stop physically, they turn off the machine, but the battery is still there, right? Yeah, you use virtual in your interfaces or even pure. No, I don't. I don't like pure virtual because it can lead you to exceptions. It's I don't. I think I use it rarely and then I give up because I hate to receive the. Do you know why except so you discover in C++ that some exceptions are very difficult to track. And when you have a pure virtual function, you're sort of in a you're trapped when you receive a sort of because you were already in a virtual function pointer. You cannot locate the object anymore. It's difficult, I think. I don't know. So it's better. I find maybe I'm wrong, but it's better to use. It's more pragmatical to always have implementation, if it's even if it's empty and you return interface only exception, because you can put a breakpoint in interface only, or the debugger will stop exactly at that exception interface only. Then you just have to implement in your concrete class. Yeah. But if it's a virtual function, sometimes you it's strange, but sometimes you don't even you don't have any information about it. You just receive pure abstract call. Yeah, I generally use empty virtual functions with that throws an interface only exception. This is this is what end up happening, that I don't use entire C++. For example, I don't use this equals zero fine and pure virtual. Or you can use empty virtual functions instead of pure virtual functions, yeah. I understood what happens. In this level, I don't have message handling in Acme level, so I need to call on create window. This is maybe I don't believe. KD maps Ctrl F12 to minimize. What a trash operating system. Trash. When operating system do too much. Can I search? Look, trash doesn't have a search system. Trash. Plasma. Who wants plasma trash? Best worst place. I Christ. I named the place. What am I gonna do there? Cheese. I Christ. I really, it's difficult. No, let me create a theory. If the guy is donating $2 and he thinks it's worth, he's needing much more than me, maybe, right? So he shouldn't donate. No, I'm trying to help the person. No, it's gonna help much more you. It's gonna be smart for you. Really, should not donate this amount. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Only if a lot of people donate. When they want to donate to, they subscribe, right? For me, $2 make a difference. No, the guy it's gonna dilute. PayPal gonna ask $1.5 for the transaction, then I'm gonna receive 50 cents. I know. Okay, I will. What's the thumb rule? I should always say thank you. I don't know. I'm gonna be hypocritical. But sometimes it's depends on the person. For example, if this guy, he will never. It's interesting. No, look, if the guy donated, it was important for him or her to say to transmit that vibe. Because donate $2, he had to enter some sort of PayPal or credit system and transfer to you. It's different of a tip, for example, that you buy a bunch or a bit. Maybe one bit is sometimes it's better to say thank you because the guy messed with his pocket, you know. It's better to. It's better to say. But you know, no, but take. And if you're able to be honest to this $2, it means that you want to use $2 to buy a big. No, sorry. I want to buy a Big Mac. I don't want anymore. I want my mom's sweet potatoes. I don't want Big Mac. My bowl is full. Let's see here. I don't know if I will survive, you know. I don't know if I will survive. I think I understand a person that's in the C word. They are all in their implementation word. Their implementation. It's all. Maybe it's better to name. It's all implementation word. When they come to a place, but in this place they use virtual functions for everything. It's like you enter a luxury place. The person doesn't know how to behave. But there's so much expenditure here. No, it's not much. It's all diluted in the system. Oh my gosh, don't worry. Just don't depredate, you're gonna be arrested. Like for example, some people go to McDonald's and sit any They have to change the chairs from time to time. It's gonna be. Some people really they make harsh actions to destroy it, you know? Like in the underdeveloped countries. They tattoo the name of. No, I think they don't do this anymore. It's impossible. What are we coding here generally? Hi, ThinkPad. Welcome to the stream. We are coding here generally C2, sys2. Do you know what is it?
dia lá, cria com o código normal, em inglês. E aí você resolve isso. Eu prefiro falar em português. Quando gera artefatos, se eu tô na hard é português, se eu tô na gringa é
sorry, excuse me. Hi. I don't know. I don't know why I'm laughing. I I found something funny. He said Fentanta. I thought about laughing. I don't know why. What was fainting? What he said? Just understood fainting. Fainting. What is that faint? Why phantom would be fun? I read. I sorry, I don't want to depreciate me, no one.
dare you?
Vedleva-vi. Vedleva-vi. What we done? What have we done? No, he doesn't say have. What I did. What I did. What did I do? What are you doing? Veleva? What are you doing? Veleva. Or if they said Veleva, Levati.
Veleva-vi.
Veleva-vi. Veleva-vi. Or Veleva-te.
Veleva-vi.
Leva-vi. Lewa.
Veleva-vi.
Veleva-vi. Veleva-vi. What are we? Veleva-vi. 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 Veleva. Veleva-vi. 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 If there's a wa, is present. If there's a really depends. Veleva-ti. Where should we go? Or should we do? Event. What should I do now? To do now? Let's scan. Let's scan now. Hi, Tupac. Welcome back. How are you? How are you too? Welcome back, Tupac. How are you doing? I'm going on. I'm going on. Tupac. I'm going on. And you, how are you? Welcome back to the stream, Tupac. Let me. How to manage your brain and not to care what others think of us. How to manage your brain and not to care. How to manage your brain and not to care what others think of us. How to not be paranoid. I don't know, Tupac, because I think maybe I have problems with that too, you know. But if people, uh, if you care, if you're caring about things, what people may be thinking about you, that's not a bad thing. Sort of you care about what people would think about you. Maybe they're not thinking about you right now. But when they meet you, they see, for example, something, and maybe this is maybe a conceived idea they have about you or your image, what you expose to them, and they see, for example, I see that guy is dirt. I think he needs to take a bath. I think that guy doesn't talk so well. I think he would be cool if he spoke better. He stutters too much to talk. Or I don't know. Generally, when people criticize, it's because they have somewhat their component or had that component in the past. They were alone. Something was wrong, and they are criticizing you because not because they worried about you. Maybe they are worried. They think, look at this guy gonna suffer if he doesn't perform a bit better. It's like a natural instinct to kick people that are. When people think, he's not doing much things, let nudge him, let kick him a bit to see if we shake the system, you know? It's more like that. People are not worried about you. Maybe your parents, your friends are worried about you, and if you're worried about what they think about you, about these people you know, this is not bad. They are worried about you. It's not that they think of you. So how to manage your brain and to not care what others think of us? If you think too much about what your cool friends, you don't need to, you want to be, nowadays it's so strange. What would be the cool guy? The guy that play American football? I don't know. Nowadays it's so difficult. What would be the model you would follow to be the cool guy? Everyone is weird nowadays. Elon Musk is weird, Bill Gates is weird, Zuckerberg is weird. What would be, you want to be Cristiano Ronaldo, you want to be Messi, what model or hero you want to follow, so you don't think people wouldn't care about what you are. I don't know. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, some people say, he's very bad. In Brazil they criticize, some think it's good. So if you're worried about what people think about you, which you need to follow some model to fit what you should be yourself. And if you're worried about what your parents are recommending to you, they probably want the best for you. So if they say, I think you should do this and this and this, you should be worried maybe. But if it's your friends, maybe they're not your friends. Are they your friends? Does this thing you're not complying about is your parents' ideas or your own something done by your friends? What are you worried about? Many people think about getting a job and you don't want to work. Many people go homeless. Do you know, if you're worried about not being homeless or you don't want a family and you're worried about your future, about your retirement plan, I must confess that's a difficult topic. It's not easy. You have to find a job or to work. If you find a work, right, is not a straight line. Where you gonna find a job? Where there's job for you. It's not like a straight line. You go follow a recipe and everything gonna be okay. Cannot promise that. But then you're in like many people. And look, in Brazil, we have a problem that the government doesn't help. We have, like Shimon is saying, there's 398 around homeless people in Brazil. Almost 500,000, right? Must be. So, what I'm gonna do? They are worried about. Maybe some people are worried. They say, what this person gonna do with his life? You know, what are you worried about? I don't know. About what people. You want to impact a certain person in a certain way. Don't worry. You know, there are songs in the 80s. Don't worry, the person that loves you, that cares about you, won't care about the manner if you have bad manners. People that if you don't match a certain male symbol, for example, if you're a male and you don't behave like a male, many of your friends will say, like a monkey, you know, you're not behaving like a male, you know. But the person who likes you wouldn't care about it. So maybe you should relate to people that care about you, not people that are following. Do you know what's good? When you follow, even when you, I don't know if there's comfort in any place, because even the people among the monks, they're always kicking each other. You know, is always like that. So it's constant. When you're with your partner or most beloved one that like the manner you are, you're gonna be fight them too. So you'll always be fighting. You can try to collect some badges. If you feel have too few badges, there's some exchange coins you can use to be more compatible. But you know, if the person is attaching to you because of these badges, you have to maintain these badges. It should be maintainable. It's better to look for relationships attached to your identity. I like him because he is what he is, and not because of a certain characteristic or money bank account or shape or manners. I don't know. Why are you worried about people? if you're worried, really worried, maybe you have so few badges, your account's bad, you don't look good, or really, I don't know. You need a motivation. Let me see. People that overcome. Let me see. For example, this person. No, sorry. I don't know if I use example. It won't help. You need to assure yourself. Do you agree, for example, this person, she could give up. Any person could give up, right? But they're going on. Every person could give up, right? You should assure yourself. Look, for example, I'm gonna give up. I don't know what story I need to tell because you may be in a negative sport. It's difficult to explain. You need to be yourself. For example, this guy I can see every person could be in two sides. You can see the winner and you can see the loser. Why you would worry about what people would think about you? With the experience I have today, this could be a honest person. But he talks about not feeling fear and see it. No. Why are you worried about what people would think about you? This person is there. No. Look, she's very pedantic. Why should you worry about something? Look, no, I'm sorry. No. Christ, why were worried about what people think about? Look, you open YouTube. How are you worried about how you are? Look, YouTube. You want to be like this guy? I don't know. Make faces like him, then to park. I don't know. Maybe. Make a haircut like this. Exercise. I don't know. What's the problem? I don't know. Have good manners, right? Don't be so exaggerated. Contain your gestures. He may be expressive, but he contains his movements. You see, this guy is a bit free when he talks. Look at the hands. His hands are he's very. And the hair. Look. So there's manners, there's many things, Look, he's very contained in the gestures. It's not doing free hand to free hand. very target look. So it depends, you know. Very bad hair. There's no haircut here. The hair just has grown. I don't know. I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Nej, jeg kan ikke mere, mand. Jeg er død. Jeg er for gammel. Nej, nej. Jeg kommer ikke i lag med. Nej!
But do you know, maybe I'm being unfair. I was looking, was making a look of appearance, but let's see that guy. Does he look? The guy may sound intelligent. Not some. Don't know. If you look at the part intelligence, maybe you shift totally your choices. All right. You want to go for the appearance. For example, that guy that was. Let me see this guy.
Well, there's not a single person in the world that's not fearless.
Look, he looks intelligent.
Fear. 50 Cent has fear. Barack Obama has fear. Everybody has fear. The question is, are you avoiding it? Are you denying the fact you have a lot of fears and that they are inhibiting you and limiting your mobility in life? Or are you being realistic, reflecting on yourself, being conscious of these fears and actively working to move past them in some productive way? Because a child doesn't know how to process its fears and believes that there are all sorts of terrible things behind the shadows. An adult learns slowly that these fears are unrealistic and learns to move past them. To the degree that you conquer your fears, you're becoming more of an adult. But there's not a single person in the world
Look,
that's fearless.
very smart person.
50 Cent is fear. Barack Obama is
I don't know. What are you looking? Is it your fears much bigger than your vision? Maybe you don't know the size of your problem, man. I don't ask my opinion. It's just my personal opinion. I like only white, very white. I cried. And you know, sometimes you're surprised about a person that has some is alive. Yes, every person that has a good movement in their soul, you're afraid of. It's admiring. whether, right? So, this person is alive, really alive. No, I'm gonna talk. I told that Indian guy, look, you don't believe me, right? That, like, for example, look, for example.
Every aspect of your life, a human being is capable of making it conscious. So once it's conscious process, it is no more something which decides the course of your life. It is not something that is compulsively working within you. It is something that you decide. That's how human life should be, isn't it? Everything you decide. You're not pushed or pulled into anything. And because it's compulsive, how many varieties of trouble people have gotten into? If only if people did something consciously, at least for 10 minutes a day, you would see all these things would go down dramatically. It need not be a compulsive drive. It can be a conscious process. Once it is conscious, how much of what you need in your life can be decided by you. But something is needed or not also can be decided by you, isn't it? Every aspect of your life, a human being is capable of
very deep. Are you being driven by your fears, by your desires, by the circumstances, by the way you think, or are you deciding things? You decide to make a sandwich for your party or not? Look, a sandwich. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Amen. Knife, fork, napkin. Napkin below the food too. I have to remove. I prefer. When I discovered I did not need to dirt my hands to eat in my mouth, to eat a sandwich I could use. It was in a lunch. They served the American sandwich. They call it the American sandwich in Portuguese. Served in a plate. Oh Jesus, seriously, I can do that? Then I said, Mom, prepare this. If my mom told me that, I would say, Mom, you're crazy. You know? Bread with meat and salad. American sandwich. This is why I'm trying to pay attention to what my mom has to say, because once she was a teenager, she was a girl, right? So I should learn before get her experience.
Então, assim, eu tô acostumado a fazer assim, né? Eu sei que lá pode ter um recurso para isso, mas ainda não chegamos lá. Então, estamos estudando, né? Eu parei no level 4 na minha vida, tá? Então, estamos no level 13, né? Então, vamos nos atualizar, né? Eu até fiz um cursinho, né? Estudei ali com o João Ribeiro, né? Um curso do level 12, 11, mas
For example, you should care if your mom says, I don't want to be with you because you don't take bath. I will shoot. If she said, she gives me food, I will care about what she says. I will take bath. You should be more mechanical, Tupac, more objective.
Pelo menos por mim, tá? Eu vou falar por mim, eu não consigo aprender vendo outra pessoa fazer, preciso eu fazer. Né? Então eu vejo outra pessoa fazendo, a pessoa explica.
I try to comply to what my mom tells because if not, and do you know, it's so much like that that if she goes, I think I will go too, you know? Rotaro no Jetsu no. It's interesting that the kanji for moon is the same kanji for month. Ah, oh my gosh.
Assim, o mercado exige geralmente, Lara, a maioria das empresas.
I think month is after moon.
Para coordenar, não de tanto tempo para PHP puro. Tem, inclusive eu compartilho algumas vagas de PHP puro lá no meu LinkedIn. Mas,
After about 12 moons, there's 1 year. It starts repeating.
então você vai precisar aprender lá de algum jeito para, se você quiser, no meu caso, como eu quero, né, poder trabalhar em empresas que trabalham com Lara. Então, portanto, você tem que aprender mais profundamente com Lara que você. E é o que a gente está fazendo aqui. Claro, a gente tem uns agentes e tudo mais que dá para fazer, mas lembra que eu falei, se você não sabe a base, não adianta usar um agente, porque você não vai conseguir saber lidar com aquele código depois. Né? Você não vai, se você olhar o código, você vai entender o que ele construiu aí. Se você tiver algum probleminha e o agente é traído, você vai precisar resolver. Se você não sabe resolver, né? Então é importante.
I wish mom had prepared rice with hamburger and salad.
Você percebe que eu não estou sofrendo em relação ao PHP, estou sofrendo em relação a Lara. É as peculiaridades do Lara. Mas não torna tão difícil. Eu estou aqui no meu segundo dia, a gente já construiu uma base aqui para poder entender como o Lara funciona. E depois eu vou criar um sistema de cadastro. No final vai você aprender.
There's so many few cards here.
Exatamente, mais ou menos aqui como Lara funciona devido à vida. Né? Então, se é onde fica escritores, modos,
Too much meat and few cards.
para o Laravel, mas mesmo assim segue mais ou menos o mesmo fluxo. Né? Então, aí eu consigo entender, consigo aplicar. Agora, o que o mercado vai exigir geralmente é Laravel. Então, você vai escolher uma linguagem de programação. PHP. Qual framework agora? Bom, você vai, se você estiver começando na área, você passa pelo Symfony, depois pode ir para o Laravel. Agora, se você já entende dessa galera e você quer buscar outras empresas e tal, aí você vai para o Laravel. Você já tem você já tem a base das outras coisas, então agora você pode ir para o Laravel.
There's bacon.
São milhares de empresas no Laravel. Então, não tem que pular muito de lugar em lugar. Uma linguagem que você mesmo vai pegar o Python.
I wanted something a bit simpler.
Ninguém fala de outro framework para Python. Todo mundo fala de Python.
Could be just rice, a very hot white sticky rice
Então, assim,
with the same salad, lettuce, with onion and tomato,
agora, exceto se for PHP,
and mayo, and could be the hamburger or beef. Ai, Jesus, so much work. I'm so lazy.
E aí você vai pegar
She gave me half a hamburger. Finally, she done what I asked. I thought I had to eat the entire hamburger. It's so heavy, entire hamburger. I'm old. I would be sleepy all the time for many hours. Finally my mom heard. I thought behind the occlusion there was a there. What's Hinata? Hikage. Hikage is the reflection of the sun, the bright of the sun. Hikage. Hikage. Hikage is shade. They don't teach Kage because it's complex kanji. He is sun. Day. Sun, sunshine. Yeah, Hikage shadow. Shade. This is the kanji of hide, right? No shit. What's hide? It's this. Kakuriru. What's this? How could hardly hide his design? Kakusu. Kakasuna. Julia's first instinct was to hide under the blankets. Juliet no, side-eye no. Hi, Wapaka. A long time no see. How are you? Nice to see you, Apaka. How are you doing?
Mas tem que tomar muita decisão, cara. Porque é um grande problema. Ele vai chamar várias vezes a mesma coisa, mas jamais vai ser um corpo. Isso é assim. Essa humanidade é uma coisa que eu quero ver isso funcionar. Mas tem que dar para deixar ele mais leve. Tanto que eu também quero ver como funciona o Daisy. Eu não acho uma boa ideia você fabricar realidade. Eu já fiz isso. E não vale a pena, cara. Não vale a pena. Mira o que você sabe agora. O que você sabe programar agora. Ah, eu sei PHP. E eu sei lá. Seja feliz, cara.
What means when you don't feel much the taste of pig? No, jokes apart, when you don't feel the taste of the pig meat, I know that pig normally wants to be in a beautiful lake, but in the sick of water they look for lame. But tradition, when jokes apart, when you don't feel the smell of bacon, it's become how I want to explain. You know? Doing fine. Uber Eats delivery prompting the AI to build my trading desk on the nights. Nice, so you're smart, Opaka. You do therapy work, earn money doing therapy work, knowing a bit about people's short about contact, little contact with people. Exercising your body and doing programming during the night. Very smart. With AI. Very healthy. Very smart. I literally don't do any movement almost entire day. That's very, very unhealthy. When you do delivery, besides, I always do some movement, right? When you work. Ai, Wapaka, so nice. Need to do some exercise, you know. I promised the doctor I would do exercise. Oh, sorry. He talk about the smart. Oh, the smart. Goals. He said, in the first week, you need to be specific. Your goal should be clear and well defined, measurable, achievable, relevant, time bound. And I'm not doing that because I didn't start the first week. It's just walk, very clear, achievable. It should be, if I cannot walk, relevant. This is, I know when you walk, the day I walk, not the day, but the second or third day, I feel much better. It works really. This is the only talk. It may feel that walk is totally useless. Do you know a person like me that has trouble walking? If I can walk one, but you know, I need to walk at least 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I don't know if it's enough. Time bound, every goal needs a target date. Having a deadline creates urgency, helps prevent the task, pushing the tasks off indefinitely. So the doctor talked about this smart goals, specific, measure, achievable, relevant, and time bound. Ay, Christ. You need to start walking. Yes, Eddie. I was talking about that what you do is very healthy, Wapaka. You do work therapy, because I think work is like a therapy, right? You earn money doing that therapy. And during the night you socialize a bit. Invariably you're gonna talk to the people delivering the food to you for you to deliver. You're gonna relate a bit with the people you deliver. You're gonna meet people while you transit traffic. So basically you're in some sense relating to people, meeting people, doing movements with the body. You're not thinking about problems, right? You're just working. And then during the night too, you'll have your dessert, right? Working on a project to earn money. Very good. Very good strategy. Very good workflow, maybe. You do exercise, socialize a bit. You meet different types of people. Look, you talk with people that are doing business, that the people you have to deliver this and this and this. You see, probably want also to keep yourself clean. You take care of your hygiene and everything. I just saw here. I even think I'm gonna spend 15 minutes going to the bathroom. Oh my god! Now I need to do sport already. I don't know. Maybe if you deliver through motor, maybe it's not enough. I just saw Victoria's Secret model as I flopped somehow. Ah, shake my hand. I forgot to shake my hand. Hi, Ins. Okay, okay. Sometimes the models are so I'll get a muscular body and will be attracted by me. Nice, nice, Abapaka. Good, good.
Isso que aquela oferta que você decide da roupa ficou bem, sabe?
But I don't know if the medicines are working. The medicines cannot do all the work. Oh, Christ. Playing this sounds like I don't know who's playing this song. It seems like when I was a kid, very small kid, in the home too, with my parents. And there's a background music in the a bit. I think I start feeling my firstborn doing this. But I like the piano music. Mas with the timbre of the piano's music. There's a P message out pointer. Where it comes from? It's been 4 months I didn't get a single line of code. Seriously? You're messing with the code and you turn on Twitch, is it that? Yeah, I became good enough for us to stop code. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I understood now. Okay. Oh, crazy. Yeah, seriously, yeah. I don't need that much code anymore. There may be workflows where you don't need to code anymore. And this sounds like so. They call in the United States they call elevator. Yes, so yeah, elevator. I don't know because sometimes it does shit like that logic or not. Because sometimes it does shit like that logic or not. Only if you're using it well, you still need to review the code before merging. True, actually. But I'm not using Fellow. Maybe Fellow fixes that. I'm using Ops because I don't want to spend more than 25 per minute. Okay. Yeah, it's expensive. I'm doing 20 months, but with the help of co-founder of my mom. 20 per month. She accepted to get the subscription. But if you and what happens? For example, right now I'm not using. But if you use all the time, you cannot do it just 20 per month because you have to stop many times with the $20 plan. I'm doing like the plus of ChatGPT, which is equivalent to $20. If you want the Pro, I think you have to go $100 per month. If you do the subscription, it's not expensive. AI companies are losing money if you use 100% if you're caught. If you do the subscription, it's not expensive. AI companies are losing money if you use 100% of your code. I don't understand what's this. So when you have a seat in a company, they give you a quota, or they give you a plane. Is it that for you to ride the intelligence? Is it that? This is a bit crazy. Interesting. Okay. For you to drive the intelligence. Nice, cool. Cool, smart. It's a good tool, actually. But maybe without good practices. This is the problem, right? How are you gonna be experienced if you don't code? This is all the assumption, all the code the AI does is based on existing code, right? I mean, I don't want to mean that. They code like the code is going to be done by a human. This is so strange, sort of. Was done by a human. Yeah, Cloud Max is 100 per month. Take this one if I want to be able to use it full time, but since I do Uber Eats delivers enough hours of prompting per day, the 25 one is enough. Yeah, new generations are doing, they don't want to know how to code. Yeah, I'm a bit afraid about that. Will they lose the ability to code? I'm a bit worried about that too. Will they be able to code? Very strange that. Do you know what I realized when I started using AI? I keyed with my mom co-founder. I said, "Oh, I haven't. And now that you gave me the subscription of AI, I have a new internship, we hire a new person in the company, right?" But do you know what's strange? Many things I ask to the AI and it does very well. I wouldn't have never courage to ask a person to do the personally, you know? Sort of. I'm gonna tell, you're my. I would have to make so many indirect requests, you know? But still, not a coder individual can do small and medium projects without knowing shit. Selling small projects for 2K is not possible anymore. Once it's small software upset that PPD will need 25 and few hours of prompt. For big projects, still need to be aware of what the code does and check it's not bug. Yeah. Good. Even when GitHub Copilot was out, I wasn't using it because it was slower than me typing the code. And do you know, it's somewhat this AI is like a calculator in some sense, because you can do the calculations the calculator does, but if you were to do manually, you're going to take a lot of time. It's not that the calculator, I don't know, smarter than you, but the AI, it's true what you're saying. For complex things, something, especially things that touch more like the creational aspect, it's not so good actually to do engineering, maybe, Hopefully AI isn't adopted yet, because it's impossible for everyone to use it. We don't have enough electricity to power it for everyone. Yeah. And do you know, every new business, there's a lot of interest also. When they discovered the transistor, look. I think nowadays AI is much more accessible than compared to when the first chips were going out. The chips were much more expensive as a new technology compared maybe to AI. But maybe people think I cannot wait for using it. Or maybe there's no such a thing. I'm gonna make a super crazy expensive thing. People cannot pay for it. I think nowadays the power of big populations, maybe big markets, is that you cannot ask super expensive thing. You have to dissolve it, spread it among many people. So an individual cannot pay much expensive, but many people can pay for it, right? Maybe this is mainly the strategy. This is why maybe you don't have. In Brazil, there's a problem because many electronic products, things we don't produce, they can be too expensive. People don't earn money. Much more expensive than the United States, where people in average earn much better. Imagine how crazy. Cars are very expensive in Brazil. There's a lot of tax. And but what I was saying, I don't know what I was saying. And there's another problem. I think it's with AI. Maybe people lose a bit of spirituality, too much comfort. And I think it may be a problem, losing spirituality. I don't know if it's the starts of the decadence of society, how they fall, right? I think many systems made by philosophers, psychologists, social people that claim social aspects of life, like being social, being cool, being smarter than an engineer. It's easier for a mathematician and engineer believe in God than as a person from the social sciences. Do you know? even a priest, he may be more agnostic than the believer in his church. So what happens often? A person that's too much good in social skills, they tend to be very, very. They have a good relationship. They don't struggle with relationships, but they lose spirituality. I don't know if it's good, to lose spirituality. I don't know if it's good. People, some songs says, I love that person because his or her is a bit out of rule, like the bad boy or bad girl. But this lack of spirituality, I don't know if it's good. Because, our connection to the word is true, for example, to the carrot, our symbols are based on the carrot, on the lettuce, on maybe on the sexual organs, in our body, the hands, the feet. These things we all build. So these are the building blocks. When the science try to tell, we are just like the atoms. We are made of atoms. And if you were bought a computer, you don't know what's potato, you don't know what's a perform, you don't know what's a dick, vagina. You don't care if you're a computer. How you can have a soul with that? So it's interesting that the soul, maybe the spirituality tries to deal with it. You have to incarnate in a body, like in the middle of the forest and the animals. You incarnate in a body. You have a lot of constraints because you have an intestine, a heart, a brain. But do you know, if you become totally clean and become a bot, you lose you don't have much reason. So all the symbols that maybe the humans create a long time, like spirituality and things, is important to build a society. Otherwise, you may turn so knowledgeable that you think, I'm gonna leave. I'm not motivated. There's nothing I want to do right now. They're gonna be so they wouldn't believe in anything. I know I can go. There's nothing more to enjoy in this place. Bye. No. I don't know if science is that being totally scientific or how. Losing spirituality is good. Not being a believer. And people are always playing with the danger. I'm gonna be a bit more fancy than you. I'm gonna show I have a bit less religiosity than you. In this play, they get very far from spirituality. Because it's cooler, right? To say you don't believe in God. So it's like the church. When you go to the church, the most cooler persons are the persons that in some sense they are breaking the rules of the church. They make a better, we can have long hairs, but we can do some effects in the hair. Yeah. It's always like that, the one that's breaking the rules I can do a shape. I cannot cut my hair, but I can shape it different. All these people are that understand maybe the message. I don't know if I don't know. Break a bit the edge of the thing. Are the and then the story repeats the book in the shelf in the book. Then the humans disappear and a new society is built of cats. The cats start walking two paws. I cried. They have two hands to do things. They have to trouble to get balanced in the feet. And they get creative with the hands. I cried. I just... I look at Nov's laboratory. Look at how many things they create. There's ca2, because this is the backer. Backer. Is no. I Christ, and another sense, some people are so still connected to some reality. I Christ. This reducer ideas of the left part reduce everything to a unified thing. Everything is AI now. No. We have carrots and potatoes. And this means a lot. Carrots and potatoes means we have nails. Jesus Christ. I know, don't do this, please, no! We have two holes in the nose. Jesus Christ. That our ears, the auditive system has like hair outside the ears and in the to detect the sound. I Christ, this is so crazy. Please what am I doing something? I always think I'm doing something wrong because but this line I'm gonna tell it's a memory hog. Java is a memory hog. Look, it's not Smart Git fails because they admit there's not enough memory. They always fail by high memory. C line fails by using too much memory. was incredible. This garbage collection really doesn't work. This is smart. What they are doing this Sunday? What they are doing? They're with the kids. My gosh, because it's health, and instead of programming C++, C2. Oh my gosh, right. I think I'm gonna restart this Ubuntu because it got unusable. Also, every Linux system run too much Smart Git and CLI, they get unusable. So let me see here, like this too. Even Windows, if you run too much Android Studio, that's a JetBrains Java package, get unusable too. Look, it's not responding on time. Power button 3 seconds later. Hi, Christ. They call themselves professions and build with Legos. Oh my gosh, really. Do you know, in C++ there's so much Legos, but the Legos are much faster, right? You can do a framework. No, really, it's unbearable, this. And now I'm stop. Where do we stop? In the incompetence. The keynotes. What's the point of using C# or Java? I don't know. They earn time, but the user suffers. They have to buy new machines earlier. Are you watching someone sleeping? Hi, send it to CPU. Don't believe these people about AI power. Yeah, Shizzy D is doing Schlafen. Schlafen is sleeping in German, right? Schlafen. Becker and Erling Meyer. Schlafen. In German is to sleep, schlafen. Nemuru. In Japanese is to nemuru. Is to sleep. So in German, schlafen is to sleep. In Danish is sove. Danish is sove.
So.
No, so, just so. So schlafen. Schlafen.
So.
Bedroom is sovevelse.
Soveværelse.
Yeah, Schlafzimmer.
Schlafzimmer.
Yeah, Schlafzimmer. Zimmer is room. I made a course, start a course of German, then because humans are very creative, you know, you always are problems, so we always are problems. True, 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 yeah. You're hungry. Look, humans are very creative. Maybe a bot would never plant a potato in a carrot to make a soup of carrot with potato, right? And eventually a chicken to make it more flavoring. But a bot wouldn't do that, but a human would. Especially if they love their kids, right? What I have done? I restart the machine already. Ah, it's running again. I can't wait. Ah, it's in light mode still. Come, let me change. What am I doing? I start talking and I forget what I have to do. It's not good. Mm. Me pleasure cook for me. I will cook so well. I am so mad for you. Hi, Voids Embrace. Welcome, Baskets. Welcome back, Voids Embrace. My mom give me food, give me solid state drives, give me cases. I jam some in ice cream with my mom. I cry, like they say in Portugal, don't serve a food you eat, Camilo. No, don't be so mad. She does with. She calls your attention because she cares about the future, about important things. No. Let's see. What I have done? Hi, I don't know. I cannot read Arabic. I don't know your nickname. Arabic person. 999. Yeah, nine is. Ah, okay. Maybe it's Danish too because nine. Nine is known. No in German, right? Nine. Indian, no, nine. No, I think it's not nine. Nine. Indian. What's no in German? Nicht, right? Ah, nine. No, wait, come. No in English. Nine. Yeah, in Swedish, I don't know in Swedish, but in Danish is nine too. Nine. Norwegian, Danish, and Swedish. Ah, yeah, true. Italiano, no. No or known, right? No. No capisco, don't understand. No, sir. No capisci, sorry. I don't know Italian. Ich verstehe es nicht. Hm?
Ich verstehe es nicht. Non capisci.
No, how it's I don't understand in Italiano. Ja, forstodei. I don't say forsto. Italian. Non capisco. Non capisco. Non capisco. I still check the code producer. I'm not elusive like most. Russianite, Norwegian. In Portuguese is não. 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 No way. No. It's very strong nasal, like this. You're closing your mouth and say no. You close if you're not even your nose. No. This is funny. No. Non capisco. Is state Qt application active? I know what to do now. I need to call application process post request node, because this doesn't have a file, Ja, forsto igdet. Send it to CPU. You're learning Danish? Send it to CPU. Ja, forstodei. Ja, forstodei. Ja, forstodei. Ja, forstodei. So, they say ickdet. I never know the order of this thing. Ickdet, the order. Ich wusste, verstehe es nicht. Non lo capisco. Non lo capisco. Não entendo.
Não entendo.
I
ca2 still check code that it can open ideas for a new program structure in debugging ideas. Open ideas for a new program structure and debugging ideas.
Jeg forstår ikke det. Jeg forstår ikke det. Jeg forstår ikke det. Jeg forstår ikke det.
Jeg forstår ikke det.
Jeg forstår ikke det.
Det.
Jeg forstår ikke det.
Jeg
Jeg forstår ikke det.
Jeg forstår ikke det.
Jeg forstår ikke det.
Jeg forstår ikke det.
Jeg forstår ikke det. Jeg forstår ikke det.
Jeg forstår ikke det. Ikke det. Jeg forstår ikke det. And in Portuguese is very slow. Não entendo.
Não entendo.
Não entendo.
Non lo capisco.
Non lo capisco. Não lo capisco. Não capisce, não capisce, não lo capisco.
Non lo capisco.
Nani teno. What? No, Lolus, I don't know what's that. Nani. What? Nani.
Nani ga idemasu.
No, it's not. It is Japanese. Cosa stanno facendo? O que eles estão fazendo?
Nani ga itteimasu. Nani ga shiteimasu. O que você está fazendo?
Cosa fai?
Was machst du?
Valeu a tu.
Valeu a tu.
Valeu a tu. Nani ga shiteimasu. Nani ga
shiteimasu. Nani ga shiteimasu ka?
Nani ga shiteimasu ka? Nani shiteru yo, right? Nani ga shiteru yo is the same question.
Nani ga shiteiru yo?
Nani ga shiteru yo? What are you doing? Valeu a tu. Cosa fai? Cosa fai? Cosa fai? Jesus, why this cosa fai? What means cosa fai? What's cosa in Italian? Christ, this is too much stupid. Rude, jeez. No. Cosa fai? Coça. Ah, o que coça? Coça é o coça. O que faz? Coça faz. Faz o que faças tu, right? Tu cor. Faz como voe. What? Cor som do vida. Ah, do the way you want? Jesus, this is very rude. Faça como quiser. Fai como vuoi.
Fai come vuoi.
Fai come vuoi. The guy is pissed.
So hold on, give me a sec. I do have to transfer some laundry to the dryer.
Faça como quiser.
Fai come vuoi.
Faça como quiser.
Fai come desideri.
Ah, this one understood better. Fai como desideri. The way you desire. Japanese, how is in Japan?
お好きなようにしてください。
Yeah, osukina yo. Do the way you want to do, please. You have to always say please in Japan.
お好きなようにしてください。
Do the way you want to do it. Osukina yo shite kudasai. Maybe the answer is to be polite, right?
お好きなようにしてください。
Do it politely. お好きなようしてくださいね。お好きなようしてください。How to be so round in Japanese? Because I feel that I'm rude to say this phrase. Also, can I? Only one can say that. Also, can I a man cannot say that. Much codexing as of late. You can even be more shite one osuki na yo ni shite no shite onegai itashimasu.
してお願いいたします。
Multi-codex Nasoflit. Yeah, true. Not multi-codex lately. Please, English. Okay. English surpreso, right? I'm thinking C2 should have no coroutines. I'm thinking C2 should have coroutines. I think it shouldn't.
I don't know why the person who's rapping this song reminds me of the dude that had the rap video with the sleeve running in the back. They had like the boogers hanging out his nose. Nah, right? Like, I'm trying to remember.
OOF? What's OOF? What means OOF? Voice in breeze. You're saying slang too, oh my gosh.
There's gonna be much story to this though. Those eyes, dude.
You need a bento box for you. Me too. I need a bento box for me. OOF is an interjection used to express discomfort, dismay, surprise, or sympathy. Boku wa Captain no Kyoku no You wrote boku wa. Ore wa you are. Ore wa captain no Deshida. Sou aprendiz do capitão. Hã? I don't understand. Ore is not you. Why it's saying? Ore é eu? Ore. Ore ga. Boku wa. Christ, I thought. Ore. Ore wa capitão no deshita.
俺はキャプテンの弟子だ。
No, Lolus, please. No Japan. Boku wa shiitsu no deshita. Ok. Shiitsu no deshita. So apprentice of C2 deshita.
Sou discípulo de K2. 俺は ca2 の弟子だ。
Shiitsu no deshita. Okay, Lolutz. I am a disciple of C2. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if it's good. Because in the end, everything finishes. In a way or another, it always ends. He's using a skirt? Oh my gosh. Oh my god. His legs are so thin, sort of. Gonna... What a violence. Lolutz actually uses C2. Lolutz doesn't use C2. Now I realize that. And he's stopping using C2 web server because it didn't fit his business model, you know. Everyone's abandoning C2. Even Camilo. Camilo gonna leave C2 in this planet and it will disappear. Chun, 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 Camilo is it too. Yeah, I think about the phrase in Portuguese. Porque errar muito, errar. Okay. Let me write the phrase in Portuguese, then I'm gonna translate. Porque errar é humano, mas errar muito é desumano. English. Because to err is human, but to err greatly is inhuman. No, I'll take over ca2 and make it modular to the modern developer. ca2 is not available to modern developer. Desumano.
Porque errar é humano, mas errar muito é desumano.
Because to err is human, but to err greatly is inhuman.
I invented this phrase. It's ridiculous. What? Ah, it's finished. I'm gonna open Hello Multiverse. It's on the OnGTK application. Activate, but it didn't. Nice, I'm reading the logs. And I'm writing logs. This is very important. Then here, what should I put a break with here? Can I go to the finish? Ah, look, this is important. Does it have a base class like G, Acme, window, on GTK? No, does. I'm gonna create it. Maybe all these three functions I tell it's another right of some virtual function in the GACME window.
Meus amigos, a geopolítica mundial sofreu uma fratura sísmica na cúpula da OTAN em Ankara. E Vladimir Putin está completamente encurralado. Donald Trump tomou a decisão mais devastadora para os planos do Kremlin desde o início do conflito. Os Estados Unidos concederam à Ucrânia licença oficial para fabricar os mísseis Patriot diretamente em solo ucraniano. Essa jogada destrói a dependência de Kiev dos estoques ocidentais. Agora, os próprios ucranianos vão produzir em massa o sistema de defesa aérea mais letal do planeta. Para Putin, que intensificou os bombardeios balísticos apostando no esgotamento militar da Ucrânia, essa canetada de Trump é uma sentença de isolamento. A estratégia russa de exaustão logística ruiu por completo. O cenário é ainda pior para Moscou. Washington chancelou abertamente os ataques profundos que a Ucrânia está desferindo no coração do território russo. O secretário de Estado Marco Rubio deixou claro o objetivo de inteligência: escancarar a total vulnerabilidade do espaço aéreo de Moscou. O pragmatismo de Trump mudou o jogo. Ele entendeu a nova realidade de drones e resiliência no terreno. Ele não busca um congelamento pacífico. Ele entregou à Ucrânia as ferramentas industriais para sangrar a máquina de guerra russa e forçar Putin a uma mesa de negociações em posição de submissão. O blefe do homem forte do Kremlin foi desmascarado. Putin operava o cansaço do Ocidente, mas recebeu a nacionalização da tecnologia americana na sua fronteira. A guerra de desgaste mudou de dono e o controle do destino estratégico da região saiu definitivamente das mãos de Moscou. Agora blinde a sua mente, porque o eixo das ditaduras acaba de ser enfraquecido ainda mais. Meus amigos, a geopolítica mundial sofreu uma fratura sísmica na cúpula da OTAN em Ankara.
Det gør heller ikke, hvad man sætter over mig, så hvis ikke jeg gør det, så er det bare ikke sjovt. gå ud først, og de fatter ikke kun skid, og så står hun bare og whiner i 2,5 timer.
Nej! Men det er også det, jeg snakker om. Det ender jo til sidst med, at det er Tony, der er tilbage. Tony eller Vind, der er tilbage, fordi de laver ikke plads. Og så ender det med Tons af Vind. Tons af Vind i en 2v2 er jo ikke det samme som en 1v2. Der er større chance, at vi vinder, fordi vi er alene mod 2, end Tons af Vind er lige mod. Yep.
Jeg håber, at jeg bliver bedre. Jeg føler, at jeg sidder fast. Mine mates gør ikke noget bedre på mig.
Maybe Lolutes should fork it and see if they can do better. Itar is provocative. Yeah.
Nu spiller jeg lige her, så kan jeg fortælle jer, at jeg vinder en premiere. Ja, hvorfor ikke? Jeg har da ikke spillet i nogle dage som ægte.
Nej, du har gamer abstinenser.
Ja.
Det er godt skrevet.
Hvem er jeg inde på?
Okay, jeg må faktisk gerne skrue ned for den mulighed, der er plus. Nå, vi skal videre. Det er mega fedt.
what are you trying to do? I done some changes to how you start the application. Do you know? I'm trying to create a more uniform API. Basically, just using this post to request function. Do you know? So there's this underscore post to request. That's sort of a low level. That just do that, right? They just receive a request and post it for it to be processed as soon as possible by the application or by in this case, a thread or a context, right? But I'm creating the application a bit more fancy post to request, but without underscore, just post request, not underscore post request. So in the application, there is a post request. I rename it this post request. So this underscore post request does sort of a low level. Just post the request. In the application one do a more fancy one, it does some routing, do you know? For example, if a post request is null, it understands that you may be just trying to initiate the application, make the application is telling, you are ready, you can start processing requests, you know, so it can do a default start or maybe process. If you send a request, process the request. Basically, this post requesting application is more fancy because it will start the application. You mean that low loads, and I suggest like making it more modular and decoupled? Maybe no. I mean, everyone asks that, right? To be better. What happened? No, the way it was before. It was working well for Windows, but at Linux, KDE, GTK, at macOS, it works differently. So the work, I'm doing some work at the same time to work in all platforms, but work work a bit more fancy, a bit more cleanly, do you know? Because when you implement for cross-platform, you can do some shenanigans. Shouldn't have to install 100 GB plus for dependencies. No, we still have to do it. I think it's not even 100 gigabytes, it's 100 terabytes of voice embrace. CPP port zip should update from Cuba. -zip explicitly comment alter disable symbolic link creation source zipc. Hã? Explicitly comment alter disable symbolic link creation in source zip.c. Why it should disable symbolic link creation? It's not good. Symbolic link creation is so good. Why, Tar? You, speaking of sim links, why do you have to do that when you setting up C2? Seems a bit tedious, no? Should be automated. I don't want to do that.
He's like wide open. It's just fine.
I don't know how to automate. Can you suggest a way to automate? Git doesn't do this automatically in Windows because they hate Windows. Git could just work in this case, right? They want to tell it's better than Linux, but when it comes to Windows, they make it the less performance application. I'll install wizard or script or something. I don't know, maybe I do that. But you never tried what's in Breeze. Have you ever tried to use the wizard? Maybe you don't want to do that in the end, right? You're using Windows? What's in Breeze? Are you using Windows? Okay. This is why, Yeah, this is a part I didn't automate. This is not the problem. Why you cannot extract etc. password if you have a symbolic link to it? That's not the problem, Tar. Sometimes you want the symbolic link to the etc. password. Thus, if you were a normal user, you can you can read. But what's the problem of that etc password keeps passwords? Isn't it read only by all users? Etc password. It doesn't contain passwords besides it has this name. It's just the usernames and group names and their IDs. It doesn't contain passwords. So maybe the guy gave a very bad example. And if the operating system let you access this file, you have read access to it. It's not a problem. Why I would fix? This is not fix. This is a defect. Would introduce a defect in the zip. This Chinese guy is very stupid, you know. Is he Chinese? He doesn't have address. He's trying to attack a person that has address and name with the under person, a sub person, a rat. This guy doesn't even exist. Doesn't have address, doesn't have mobile phone, nothing. It's an under person. Why I would hear this guy? The item most detached exploit. I'm a Persian guy. Is written here. I hate money. I hate that you have money, but I want your money for me. Something like that. Pure trash. I'm gonna remove the ability of my partition manager to format the disk so it becomes more safe. No, really. This time you were very creative. The zip cannot compact symbolic links. Jesus Christ. And the etc password doesn't even have passwords, does it? Now I'm afraid to open it. It doesn't have a password. I already opened the string. You really think etc password has passwords? It doesn't have. No. A normal user can read it. It's not. It contains only names and where's the home folder, the ID of the user. What's the how? It's not a problem. It's readable by even my grandmother can read this file from. It doesn't need any special access to read this file. If you have a link. To it, maybe you need it. No, no, this is not the password file. I'm sorry. This guy is a criminal. He's an oxidized iron person. This Jin Jinping. Ah, look. It's Xi Jinping. It's written here. Xi Jinping. The same way they speak speak English, I speak Chinese. Xi Jinping. Yeah, it's written Xi Jinping here. Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping. All written Xi Jinping here. Give money to Xi Jinping. Literally, and his soldiers, his agents, and make the poor people dream about the first million, the first 1,000. I cries. Sorry, what's English? I had to tell. Sure. Let me ask YouTube. Google is very communist. Is China modern? Jesus Christ. Oh my Lord. What they make with the money. They are very modern. What a culture that they destroy the religion. They find it the things. Christ, what an ugly thing and no, not logical architecture. Oh, bunch of trash. Look how beautiful. They create a lot of trash. Very beautiful to show your grandmother this. What a beautiful building. Jeez, what is this? Christ. Very modern. Jesus, ridiculous this country. No, the country, maybe they have a good culture, but they destroy it, right? I don't know what is this modern. I don't know. I find it very ugly, ugly. What is this? A dick in the middle of the city. With a very bold dick with a top that ridiculous. China, sorry, disappoint. This is what they do with their money. They attract their eyes to themselves instead of Mao ordered a lot destroyed during the Cultural Revolution. Yeah, the father of Xi Jinping told to destroy most of culture of China. it's in do you know what happens? There's a clear distinction about the elite in China. There's a clear distinction between the elite, and the ignorant people, between quotes, right? So the elite always do imperatorships, and they are inhuman, totally inhuman, the elite. And the population have to suffer with these guys in the power. What's good? For a while, every civilization nowadays to evolve, they needed slavery. Every civilization till today, and it's still true. Why we have a lot of chips in every home? Because a lot of Chinese work as slaves. Otherwise we wouldn't have. American producing chips would be very expensive. Nobody would have chips at home. How much would cost a chip produced by an American? So we needed the slave. But look, who can practice slavery in nowadays? Only a communist country. A German guy would never be a slave. By the way, he need to be served. So I was thinking about what? I don't remember. All great civilizations were funded by slaves. Maybe what are you making? With the advent of AI and a lot of robotization, maybe you're lucky. You can ask Elon Musk, I don't have work. You have a lot of bots. Would you give me a Tesla car for free? Maybe you start receiving things for free. Or maybe they want everybody to die. I don't know. Because if the guys, they have all the bots and nobody has, not even programmers have a job, how are you gonna buy something from them? If you don't want to have money and want to have work to do. Simply, things should be given to you. It's not even communism, because in communism you have to work, the government, they get the money and redistribute it to you. No, is the advent of capitalism in its essence. I produce a lot of goods, I'm so rich, I'm gonna give out things to everybody. This is capitalism in its essence. And what they do, they have to love and be artists in exchange. Otherwise they want to receive my Tesla card to make an advertisement in YouTube. So this is how communism loses its talk, that you have to work and share your work, to capitalism in its essence. Produce goods for value, things that matters. Not work that's important, but things that matter. Like, for example, the kid, "Hi mom, I see you work a lot, I want to cook." No. No, the bot will do it. No, you have to learn how to program computers, something like that. You know? But the ignorant person thought that you need to know how to plant a carrot. It's so easy to plant a carrot, and if you ever have to plant a carrot again, really, you were born in a place where they are in the Middle Age. Then pray a lot, because it's gonna be difficult. If you have to seal a single matrix across the end of the planet, imagine doing look, for example, this clothing, right? Why you need people? Some people would ask, right? What happened to my computers? They disappear.
Oh my fucking god! Fuck milliard. Holy shit!
And the most taller building they create, given they have a population of I don't know how much billions, it shows how much difference is between the most rich and the most poor in the amount of poor. The amount this is their legacy. The most modern city they created, the most poor they show they are. If you see houses like in America, it's very different. It's very different. You see American, even in a small city, you know, very different. Very high quality living. You don't see skyscrapers. Very high quality buildings. People, different culture, right? The modern culture that values tradition. I do you know, I used to think it's fancy when I was a kid. I thought it was fancy to have enter elevators, go up and down, and live in a place that's high enough, you know. But now I prefer a house, but you know it's difficult to maintain a house too, right? Have to clean, there's garden, painting outside. It's difficult to maintain a house. But the apartment is not easy. You have to pay like almost like a rent value to maintain the building, because it also has maintenance outside. You have to clean. There's the common places like the part rooms. Sometimes there's a swimming pool or there's something, so there's things to maintain. You have to maintain people that take care of the building. So do you know, it's not easy because you have to pay a lot to live in an apartment in Brazil every month. And in a house, it's the same thing, but if you don't paint, if you don't do gardening, if you don't, what starts to happen? Your house become a bunch of, you know. I don't know. I think I'm incompatible with this planet, to be honest, you know, because it's too difficult. Ay, ay, ay. malware. There are a lot destroyed. Yeah, my mom read some books about people living in China. So do you know that in China, for example, there are people that are in favor of the dictatorships. So if you do something wrong, they use their own law that you think it's good against. They tell that person is doing that and that and that, and then the person is sent to a place, a very distant place, you know. They are invited to live in a distant place. This is why many Chinese try to escape China, because they love China. You know?
Mainly just planet. That other dude. Six. Let me go rotate the chicken.
And that's why there are so many Americans in Brazil, because Brazil is a wonderful country. And there is why there is no Brazilians in the United States, because Brazilians love Brazil. There's no Brazilians in Italy, in Portugal, Spain. They all want to live in Brazil. Camilo, but it's so peaceful. You have a why? Maybe I have these things. Because my mom, my father don't some. My sister helps a lot, you know. But the conditions are very bad in Brazil. The salaries are very low. They destroyed this left party destroyed Brazil. And it's not just the government, the population, especially that cloud color there, the one that it starts the thunderstorm color you see in the streets. Oh my gosh, it's terrible, 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 terrible. Yeah, if you look, there's no much. Every country that has too much Arabic or black person is not much developed, right? You're racist? No, I'm just making a conclusion. Taking a conclusion. Analyzing the planet. I'm not when I talk about statistics, people ask, "Are you racist?" Oh my gosh, you were racist because you wanted to distort statistic in favor of something that doesn't have that statistic. The person that's racist, is the person that wants to tell everyone is the same, you know. Want to push the statistics, so maybe we try to say that China is the politicians in China are very honest. And actually, do you know why they kill? I don't believe me. They say, in China the corrupt are killed. The corrupt from the opposite party. The corrupt of the own government is not corrupt. They are allies of the government. So when I see some news, it's ridiculous. They are so honest. People that are corrupt, they are killed in a public place. Ridiculous. They kill. The law serves only for the enemies. Like in Brazil. In Brazil there's a law. If you call a person black, I don't know if you cannot call black or nigger. You can go arrested and you for many years, you know. While a rapist sometimes is released very soon. But why you can get? But who get her? Sometimes Lolita make very racist comments. Lolita, nothing happens to him. It happens. He's a bit crazy. He's a bit drunk. But the experimental Bolsonaro do that. I cry. He's in jail. What he made? He didn't make anything. He's arrested because he doesn't like the establishment of corruption. They are all corrupt people. When he was president, he fights so much the corruption. Christ, it was shameful. Every governor, every prefecture, almost every governor and prefecture complain. Why they were complaining about Bolsonaro? Because their homie installer was taken from them. They don't like Christ. Jesus. And here in Brazil, there's all the media is communist. Try to tell the truth in a journal. You lose your license. Try to tell the truth in television. You lose your license. You are sued. There's so much laws in Brazil, so perfect laws, that you cannot stare at a capybara because you can go to jail. I stared, it doesn't happen that to me, it's not true. But experiment a right person do stare a capivara, they go to jail. So why I wanted to then Vladimir Embrace asks, but you stare at a capivara? Oh my gosh, they make jokes, you know. And look, it's interesting because Jesus said that this person that loves laws, you cannot do copyright music, you cannot do that, you cannot do this. These people, what was his fight? People wouldn't save, and now they excuse it because it makes sense. They would never save a cow in the Saturday. Why? Because Saturday is a holiday. No, today, nowadays laws are all make sense. Yeah, good luck. They're saying that with the excuse of protect children, they're gonna have the idea of every person. Imagine you cannot write anything in Twitch because they know you're against Osama bin Laden, Obama bin Laden. You cannot free speech identifiable by government. To protect the children, you don't want to protect the children. You don't want to protect the little children. They are so cute, 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 cute. You have to tell your ID, your passport, your security number every time you log into every platform. Oh, then they show a baby making cuckoo tata, I love my dad. Oh, they make this. And so, no, this guy gonna grow and be like this baby, you know, or something like this. Don't be so deluded. So people are so crazy, you know. Macron with Alanon, right? They want to make every connection to the internet identified, right? And people agree, people will like it, Macron. It's not Alanon. Macron and the chief of health Mundial World Health Organization defend more security to children online. Oh, we need to know every ID card of any person with a mobile in the planet. Just that.
Chat ønskede tusind tak for i aften.
What are you afraid of? Aren't you a honest person? I didn't know Tedros was a tinted person. Oh my gosh. My god. The amount of neurons here is missing. And now I discovered why they want the Muslims in Europe. Because the Muslims are miserable and they work a lot. And they don't want to pay the salaries to European people, you know? So basically they want the Muslims in Europe to be act as slaves, you know? So what a wonderful world we are. I don't want to make... Should I make part of this party? No, my part will end when my mom's go. My mom's go. I need to find some medicine for me to depart, you know. Maybe a bottle of absolute vodka. I'm gonna marry the absolute. Oh my! In a fasting comes toxic, but you know what's the problem? I think I would vomit in the first glass. You know? I cannot take. Maybe I should train. This is what people that drink a lot of alcohol does. They are trying to depart sooner, right? Because what a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a beautiful color. I'm blind, but the sky is blue. I see sky of blue. See sky of blue. Ah, so they're gonna have the identity card of all Africans. No, it's not they don't want the identity card of Africa. They wanted the ID of the person who works in a big company and wrote that post in Twitter. Ah, it's not to arrest it's not to diminish the crime against child. No. My God, no, really. Who gonna be arrested? Jesus Christ. Bolsonaro. Trump gonna be arrested. What's the Epstein that fabricated Epstein file? I took a photo of. They put a child make sex with adult here in this room. They say, these people are all pedophile. You know, this is Epstein, right?
Hvis du nu siger, at den kommer mod mig. Prøv lige at fail.
Var det et fail? Sådan der for eksempel, og den hopper ind på din.
Det er fail.
Nej, det gælder for helvede. Hvordan kan du ikke forstå det?
Det er jo ikke kryds.
Hvis det er, at den rammer på denne her side.
What's bro talking about? About laws. You create a law, you think it's gonna be good, it bites in your ass. People that like too much laws, I think they should be arrested. Priests, Jews, police, they should all not exist, because if people just could defend themselves, they have a gun at home. Try to rob my car. Look. No. If you gonna count on the police in Brazil, Christ, nobody's arrested. Only if you don't pay tax. If you don't pay tax, don't pay tax. A person with a dress, this person can get arrested, but the robber in the favela is never arrested. Why are you gonna Christ? That's a totally lost place. Why would care about someone that actually, happened something?
Håber ikke, der er paddel i det. Så siger vi godnat. Godnat, Simon. Men, sov godt med jer. Så er vi kørt. Sådan.
What a wonderful world.
Nå. Jeg skal lige i gang, Kat. Jeg er klar. Er du færdig på? F40. Den er sgu for lang. Fordel til dig. Hold nu kæft.
Så er det vel ven.
Ja, jeg er fandme også dårlig.
fucking
Ja,
tavle.
40 igen. Se, den hopper ind.
Alright, so game finished down.
Okay. Ej, yes. Få det til mig.
Ej, det tæller ikke.
Nej.
Yeah, you try to run it.
Anden serv.
Ej, så rammer jeg fucking top, mand.
Yes! 1-0.
Let's try this one.
Den havde talt dubbel.
Ja. Ja, den havde du reddet den i dubbel, det havde du. 15-0. Nej, du er ude. Anden serv.
Nej.
Ooh, Jalen.
Jeg har serv her. Jeg har 30-0.
Yeah, I'd be down to get into like a grounded two.
Den var god.
Something like that.
Var der ikke inde?
Jo, du må ramme glasset.
Nå. Jeg troede, den skulle være inde på bagsiden af den.
Det kan vi godt sige. Det tror jeg ikke, vi gjorde. Men vi siger det. Det er fint. Jeg kunne godt se, at du ikke gik efter den alligevel.
Ja. Jeg troede, den skulle ramme glasset på bag linjen.
Okay. Det er skams. Den må gerne ramme jorden, så glasset. Den må bare ikke ramme jorden af hegn.
Okay. Det er bare på linjen. Det er fair.
Ja, fint. Helt fint.
Det giver mening.
Og dobbelt fejl. 35. Kør. Den er god. Den skulle jeg have taget første gang. Jeg skriver folk på min bagside.
Så er de skoene ikke ud.
Hvad?
Og de skoene, de har. De er ikke til Rago, ja.
Nå, ej. God idé.
Cool. Er du ready?
Yes. Nej. 30. Ja. Altid 50 gange bedre. Ej, vi er også. Det er ikke så godt, det her. Vi skal lige i gang. Det går ind. Jo, prøv at se, det går ind der. Ej! Yes, 2-0. Den der bold, den hopper godt. Jeg ved ikke, om der er flere. Hvor mange er ikke gået i seng? Hvor mange er lige til ud i folk støjmøde? Nå, 2-0. Det er der server. Oj. Er det god den her? For helvede. 0-5.
Altså, der er hul i det.
Det kan godt være, der er det. Ja, jeg tror, det er med.
Den er også over.
See, I'll be riding it first.
Det er
Flag. 0-30.
Ja.
Køb bare på.
Altså.
6. 6 eller? Ja. Ligger og snakker om, der er fugle, der er fuglestraffugle. Ja. Det er først godt for mig nu. Yes. Okay. Du kan også vælge at spise en pikkel i stedet for. Hvad siger du? Du kan også vælge at spise en pikkel i stedet for. Nej, det skal jeg ikke. Er den lort, eller hvad? Det ved jeg ikke. Det er jo så 4 timer siden. Det er først, det ved jeg ikke. Jeg tror ikke, jeg har spillet så meget. Det har du heller ikke. Jeg har overhovedet ikke. Nej. 5 minutter. Jeg har aldrig spillet. Det har aldrig rigtig sagt mig noget. Er det rigtigt? Det er hyggeligt nok, men det er ikke noget, jeg kan så gøre sådan noget. Nej. Ah! Hvad er det så der? Håndbolddreng. Håndbolddreng? Stærk. Giv mig en bold med noget harpiks på, så skal jeg sgu nok spille pas. Så skal du vise os. Klar? Ja. Oj, den er god. Nej, jeg troede, jeg havde den. Jeg har en bold med. Der er en bold. 15-30. Ja, det var den sgu. Ja, 30. Ja.
Well, it's kind of mean. Okay, I'm gonna do a sentiment raid, which basically means
Why did you suddenly stop talking? Ran out of energy? No, I don't have normally anything to talk. Everything's running. Why? Generally, when people talk, I have analyzed this. When they talk, it's because they find a problem, right? Otherwise, they don't talk. Like the animals. The animals normally don't emit any sound unless there's pain or some harmful thing. And it's difficult to see. People, I see many people don't like that melodic songs that says, I love you or everything to me. People say this is silly. Maybe this is a moment where you don't see maybe the problem is that you're lacking the purse. Look, it's a problem too, right? So people only talk when there's a problem, maybe. I don't know. There's no problems, no need to talk, maybe.
Comeback. Selvfølgelig. Ellers så er det poolen. Ej, lort. 5-0. Klar.
You just had lots to talk about. You were in honor. Why haven't you been using codecs? I am not using. I'm building C2. What am I gonna tell? Codecs build C2 store for me. I cannot do it. It would destroy my build system. Something that I could once build would be lost. It would conclude, why you have so many operating systems? Focus only on the major one, Windows. Then I would build one for Windows. Why are you creating applications if Microsoft Store has all applications you need? Then end C2.
Ja, det var sgu lækkert. Den kunne ikke ligge meget bedre. Nope. Så. Sætter matchbold, sætter poolbold. Der er alt muligt. Ja tak. Comeback. Ja. Du starter storhed, så slutter det nu. Cocky. Over dig. Så du 14, 40, 30? Ja. Ej, hvor er det tarveligt. Hvor er det tarveligt. Det er træls. Og vi øver os. Ja. Elite paddelspiller om 4 dage. Ja. Kom nu ved. Ja, du har masser af tid. Hvad fanden er forskel på alt det bedste her? Det ved jeg ikke. Men der er noget med, at du ved, nogen slår hårdere, og nogen slår alt muligt mærkeligt. Jeg ved det sgu ikke. Har du badetøj med? Nej, jeg tror nok. Nå, det er fint. Jeg har badetøj med, jeg bare kunne hente det. Vi kan lige gå ud og skifte til... Ja, det er bedre det her. Også bedre ikke bygge det. Hva? Jo, det kan gå ud og skifte. Jeg skifter kabel, så kommer jeg ud til bulen. Med en screwball. Har du håndklæde? Har du håndklæde? Men vi har alle lagt til vask jo. For helvede. Hvad gør du så? Hvad siger du? Jeg tror bare morgen. Jeg tror bare den der kåbe der til. Hvad? Sådan en kåbe jeg tror. Det var fast. Det er hvad det er. Nu er det, har du lagt et eller andet sted? Hvordan har du lagt den der køb henne? Det ved jeg ikke, hvor skiftet er. Den ligger her. Lige her. Det ved jeg klokken ingen musler. Nej, det er bare kanonkub. Lækkert spring. Nej. Så skal jeg også skifte badekjole. Det kan jeg godt. Jeg bliver nødt til, fordi ellers er det altid tøj. Hvad er forberedt? Mega flot spring. Ja, det er dating. Tony og... Vil du gerne til bussen? Hvis du trykker, det er 5%, hvis du trykker på, hvis du tager den af, så du trykker på knapperne der, hvor du starter. Så går jeg ind til skifte af vinkel. Ja, jeg synes også, den her vinkel er bedre.
Den er bare en fin stol.
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 Jeg elsker grønne trøjer.
Jeg elsker grønne trøjer.
Det er en svær opgave. Hvem åbner pakken?
Hvem åbner pakken?
Er den nem eller svær?
Er den nem eller svær? Er det nemt eller svært? Er den nem eller svær?
Det bliver en nem dag i dag.
Det bliver en nem dag i dag. Er den nem eller svær?
Han cykler på cyklen.
Han cykler på cyklen. Han
cykler på cyklen.
Han cykler på cyklen.
Vi skal
bruge
2 cykler.
Har I et gult ur? Har
I et gult ur.
pakken kommer næste onsdag.
Pakken kommer næste onsdag.
Den tallerken er fin.
Den tallerken er fin.
Har I et gult ur?
Har I et gult ur? Har I et gult ur? Can you tell me about work stealing, sentinels, and promises? I don't know anything about it.
Men det er det der med, det er først når du kommer ned til slutningen, at folk de faktisk overvejer det. Når du kommer helt ned til sådan, okay, nu er han ved enden. Men det er tit et teater, så han ikke rigtig snyder det, og du ikke kommer ind i den der portalvej. Så er det bare fedt. Det er der kan være en psykopat, der ikke forstår. Giftet anytime, så går jeg op og slagter ham fuldstændig. Man kan gøre hvad det. Det er faktisk noget mærkeligt. Det er sgu, det er ikke varmt, det er ikke godt. Det er bare stille vind i det. Aldrig. Der var mange, der troede, det var mig, efter jeg kom på stream. Jeg vidste ikke, at der havde været en flue, før jeg var på streamen. Der var jeg ikke forvirret, hvad fanden en flue var, sådan er det mig. Det var verden, der fået vand på. Så det ikke noget. Det lyder som, der er vand i. Skal jeg bare tage min, eller hvad? Hvad siger folk? Den er lidt robotagtig. Det er derfor, verden er ved at dø. Det kan være. Jeg er ikke sikker. Jeg synes, at
This dude totally looks sexy, man.
sådan en lilla, bare lille. Sådan en, hvad kalder man det?
Oh yeah, I think I'm good.
Det gør Fessers sneaker i starten.
Hvem er nu? Hallo? Der er også 20% strøm tilbage på min.
Okay, hold on. They just have just
Er det i dag, der er, hvad hedder det, altså her klokken 9 i aften, og sådan noget, der er semifinalen, eller hvad?
New background. This is Fedora 44 background.
Hvor fuck er folk egentlig vågne? No joke. Den laver de. De ved bare sådan, hvad det er.
One more assignment and I'm free. It's a homicidal.
Ved siden af Michelle, ja, det skulle lige før. Michelle, han har sådan en restraining order på mig faktisk nu. Så hvis jeg kommer inden for 2 meter, så kommer sådan en SWAT-team efter mig. Ja, men så er der nogen, der lige må logge ind, og fordi der er no way for at hjemme stadigvæk. Ja, det er 7 mennesker, der skal ligge 5, så er vi ses. Så er vi der seriøst. Og det skal bare være inden for næste butik. GN-rifler. Du kan lige udfælde det. Det er drifter. Der kom 5. Rifler, du er så varm. Og så vil du hygge dig med den film, der er med. Ha' det fucking fedt. Fornøjelse at have dig til, med. Fornøjelse. 95 tilbage. 95 to go. Ej, det er til 28,89. Jeg startede med at sige 100 inden for sådan, altså et par minutter, du ved. Så der var 1 eller 2, der måske lagde. Så vi kan godt ændre til bare 100 langt nok, mand. 100 i alt. 28,189. Så kan jeg overtage dig, Victor. Så tager jeg nerf gun med, så kan jeg bare. Og så løber jeg alt, hvad jeg fucking kan. Altså, har I ikke sådan nogle gåse, jeg kan fylde med, så det kan komme ind? Ej, jeg har sgu heller ikke noget mod, hvis folk kommer og driller mig, når jeg sover. Det er sgu fint. Det må de sgu gøre. Jeg skal bare ikke waterboardes. Så går jeg selvfølgelig fuldstændig. Nå, men jeg skal du op nu? Ja. Jeg har en sagt en milliard gange.
My friends, the script for the coup in Colombia has been activated. Gustavo Petro, in a desperate move, refuses to recognize the victory of Abelardo de la Estrella of the right and is trying to perpetuate himself in power by force. The strategy is clear. Petro alleges fraud without presenting a single piece of technical evidence, blaming algorithms from California and Israeli intelligence for the defeat. This is the standard narrative of Latin American autocracies to delegitimize the sovereignty of the voter. While Cepeda has already accepted the result, Petro is calling for demonstrations and inciting civil resistance to paralyze the public machine. Puta. Laius Priela's response was immediate, a total suspension of the transition process. The president-elect denounced that the current government is withholding key positions and strategic information to sabotage governance and create institutional chaos before the inauguration on August 7th, a excessive event. It is a scorched earth maneuver identical to what the 20th century populism of Chavez and Ortega used to entrench itself in the structures of the state. Yes, the real danger is the export of this model. Petro is testing Colombian democratic resistance and simultaneously providing a roadmap for similar regimes in the region to attempt to paralyze the transition of power when defeated at the polls. Colombia has become the laboratory of a left that does not accept the verdict of the ballot box and prefers constitutional collapse to the peaceful transfer of power. Incidentally, this is the same left that claims that the magic boxes are inviolable, impenetrable, and represent total supremacy in an electoral process. If the Colombian institutional order falls now, the precedent for what could happen in Brazil under the same political project, Bagros comes an immediate threat. La Priela's resistance is not just for Colombia, it is the front line against the forced permanence of tyrants in power. Now shield your mind. My friends, the script for the coup in Colombia has been activated. Gustavo Petro, in a desperate move, refuses to recognize the victory of Abelardo de la Estrella of the right and is trying to perpetuate himself in power by force. The strategy is clear. Petro alleges fraud without presenting a single piece of technical evidence, blaming algorithms from California and Israeli intelligence for the defeat. This is the standard narrative of Latin American autocracies to delegitimize the sovereignty of the voter. While Cepeda has already accepted the result, Petro is calling for demonstrations and inciting civil resistance to paralyze the public machine. Puta.
Men fredskørsel til den klar. 28.589, så gør jeg, hvad det er på Viggo. Indgæk.
Operating system threads are clunky sort of. Why you're saying that?
Yes, good. That's what I'm talking about, boys. It's just a four scatter, man. I think it is, yeah. That's all it is, boys. You just take the 3 and the 4s, and you just try to fucking get your juice back, man. That's all it takes, man. You just slander me. Bro, guys, I do not have nasty feet, man. My wife is fucking hating me. I know. Come on.
OS threads are heavy because kernel context switching wastes memory and time. Coroutines fix this by switching tasks cheaply in user space. I don't understand coroutines. I don't know how they can help. If you could explain what is coroutine, a state machine? I think coroutine is so much a better name than. So much a trash term. It doesn't explain the design pattern. Maybe I think it's very bad name coroutines. I guess because you cannot imply what it is from the name. Now you're telling coroutines are functions. A thread with a function that you can pause and resume. Christ, this explanation is very trash. I don't understand. I deny to understand that. You're trying to explain coroutines backwards. Really, I deny to learn this way. You're trying to you're trying to teach me. Look how not educational you are. You're trying to teach coroutines this way. Guess what? It has legs, but it doesn't have a dick. No, please. Voice shut up. This is not the way you teach someone something. Now you're explaining. The thread has a tail, but the coroutines doesn't have a tail. My gosh, let me imagine. One is a car and the other is a fridge. No, it's another thing. I know, stop, but this is ridiculous. I want to learn. I don't know what are coroutines. OS threads requires low kernel to switch tasks, while C++ coroutines let the function pause itself mid-execution and resume later. I never need to pause a thread. Ridiculous, what's in brief. And I think I naturally use this trash pattern you're talking about. I already use this pattern. I use a thread to run a state machine. This is sort of a coroutine. So, and do you know, coroutine is so difficult to use in C++, so awkward. That's better, you just create a class that acts like a state machine. You don't need the coroutines. Coroutines are so unusable in C++ because you can create your own classes that acts as trash, what you call coroutines. It's just a state machine. Let's say you want to operate 5 gates with a single microprocessor. Are you gonna create a thread to process each gate in your house, in your building? Or are you gonna use a state machine? You use a state machine. It's much cheaper. Even a single processor can do that. You don't need threads. Actually, threads are very expensive in this case. You don't need an Intel to control 100 gates in your building. You don't need. You can use just a single microprocessor controlling 100 states. Whereas the position, look, in the coroutines still have, you just need to keep the position of the gate, and if it's going right or left, it's the only variable you need. You keep 100 variables like that, and every time you receive an event, you switch. You don't need 100 threads running at the same, but depends. Sometimes you need a different core. You cannot have a different core just by using a coroutine. Oh gee, want to teach the doctor how to write the letter A. Jesus Christ. Why you need coroutines? The C++ syntax for coroutine is so awkward that you give up. Can I do this? Can you do my way? Yeah, you can do your way. Sure, you don't need C++. Do you know what's coroutines? Is the proof that these people that created these names nowadays, these design patterns, they want you to be stupid. Because how are you gonna code this? Use the coroutine coroutine design pattern. I know. I don't know. Christ. What's co-wait and co-return? Christ. No way. I don't know what's it. I never use it. Never gonna use it. Really afraid of co-wait and co-return. Cocô. Shit in Portuguese. No way. No way. No way. Too much overhead, too much trash. These things really overhead, coroutines. I don't know, I don't want to understand, and I hate who talks about it. I'm gonna ban these words. Let me see here. What's the word? Coroutines, co-await and co-return. Let me ban this because it's getting too crazy. I think there's more words I need to ban on Twitch. I like Twitch because YouTube doesn't have that. Moderation settings, chat range. C++ feature. Do you know C++ features that were totally abandoned and no one used it? Never. There is a lot of them. They create it just to prove it's a trash. They create this I started for you to say. I remember in 2020 there was coroutines. Great. The guy don't know how to code. They gonna use a coroutine. Then I have short arms. I don't know how to use a variable to keep the velocity. No, keep the velocity in a coroutine. Then you call wait and call return. So good. Isn't it? The ban, the cancellation. The only goal of coroutines is the cancellation. It's not a feature. Let's see here. Where I banned those words. You're trying to find an excuse to dislike it because it's from a set, but you haven't actually tried it before. So it's kind of, yeah, true. Maybe I try another day. Maybe once I start using I never stop, right? But nobody teach me that, so I won't learn. Do you know, the only thing I wanted to learn by S, I didn't learn by S yet, and you wanted me to learn by S. Okay. Related, you say but no, coroutine is a thing that's red while the thread is blue. You're literally doing that, what's Embrace? You didn't notice, but you're doing that. Seriously? Oh my gosh, you don't show a single example, a short. I think a code that cannot explain me examples are too difficult. It's not worth learning. The guy gonna roll you, you know. into a lot of trash.
Dean thinks you have a chronic
I think you're doing that because you don't want me to know what coroutines are. When people introduce this way,
Try and get to level 9.
promising, Rust, you crazy, you're crazy, shut the fuck up. Vanfaco, let me put more words. Coroutines. Coroutine. Or the Kami tried with a dash. Coroutine. Coroutines. Coroutines. Await. Vector. Vector 2. Map, no, map has a P. A vector because it has V gonna be banned too. Return. Vector banned. From my C to chat, there's no vector never exists in the universe. Vector. STL. In STD. Don't. Jesus Christ. I need to do that. Functor promise. I think in future, some people say, I want to do that. It could. I think I'm gonna put futures. I removed the future, but I'm gonna add future because I don't know what's future. Don't know. Ah, the future is here. Ah, it's so nice. I love this. You really dislike C++? I love C++ Voids Embrace. This is not C++, this is additions from Pythonistas. People that like it. fat dicks from Africans, do you know? If someone mentions a language feature, I get upset. No, I like for a while. If
Vinderen valgte, ikke?
Nej. Jeg fik skiftet den der. Men Yep. Det må lyde det der.
teacher.
This game literally, you can tell by the way they drop in the first spin. By the speed of the way they drop out. Yeah. Thousands of spins. It
dog
doesn't
shit.
pump, but it does. Hey, Jesus Christ.
Hold on, this is good script. It should be in here. We need a good boy
You
here.
don't spin it, how would you know?
What the fuck is that, man? Okay, thank you. 5? It's not the worst.
Fully geared rogue. Holy shit, just absolutely melted. I wish I knew someone who was good at rogue.
Yeah, me too. We need bottom.
Hey Worm, you ever wonder why hot dogs come in packs of 12 when I can only fit 10 of them inside my ass?
Because you can deep throat 2 of them while you're doing it.
Wait, hold on, are we in?
I mean, I don't know. That's interesting.
Insanity.
Cringe. Alright, we're gonna spin this a couple more times.
Big win.
20x. Massive win. But buns come in 8 or 10. That's because you're supposed to just shoot and you're supposed to suck on 2 glizzies while you bun the other ones.
Let me buy a warrior wage for this guy. See this prince. This is such a hard super to hit, by the way. Easy 6k max on Min Denam. Those are really hard to max. The $80 spins, those are really, really hard to max.
I don't even have cards for the
You should start thinking of creative ways to trick Bean into touching a coin.
Alright, we need verses on every one. I think we actually technically want red to win this. Okay, green wins it. Okay. If we get verses every spin, that's what we need here. Every time we eliminate a clan, it's good. Okay, I don't care who wins this here. Okay. Alright, so we need red and blue to die. Okay, we want orange to win here. I think red won. Oh wow, okay, red's dead. This is a good start. It's a good start here. Okay, 2 spins or 1 spin, I'm not sure. 1 spin, okay. We need blue to die. This is a good script so far. Dawson, guys, do I need to start banning people for these dog shit calls, bro? I would love blue to win.
10x isn't bad.
Yeah, it'd be kind of hot. Okay, hold on. Wait, actually, we kind of low-key wanted, I don't think we connect on the front. We kind of wanted blue to lose there. We don't want, we want green to win here. Good. Alright, if we actually eliminate orange here, we're actually kind of huge, low-key. Guys, shut up. Should ban him with that VIP, not gonna lie, it's a disrespect call. Yeah, I mean, I say I fucking hate that shit, bro. I hate Get the Cheese, I hate fucking Rad Max, you guys call this shit every day. I'm fucking down bad right now, you guys are trolling me, it's pissing me off.
Oh, we got a free spin here.
Yeah, that's kind of nice. Alright, we need orange to die. Oh my god, if green wins, this could be huge. I didn't see what happened. Wait, I think, oh no, it's 1-1. Wow, that's not bad. Money back.
I mean, hey. Here we go, we got 5 spins. Right now, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we just need more verse. Need more verse. Okay,
Money.
it doesn't matter who wins. Yeah, this
and
is
you get
actually,
more spins.
This is
and
actually,
this
is a huge bonus, by the way. 1x is gross.
You get
here.
2 spins on top.
But look at this. This is a huge bonus. We only get oranges now every spin. It's so hard to eliminate all the clans. This is actually crazy. This is actually crazy. Okay, we just full screen orange here every time.
Multis. And we need big multis.
Get the cheese band, Rad Max band, Dawsonator band.
Guys, stop it. I'm actually triggered, bro. I'm actually triggered. Come on.
Whoever
the wilds here. Where the wilds at?
We get multis? Like, what the fuck is
where
happening?
The multis at? I don't even know. Is it possible to get multis?
It just randomly drops them in.
I mean, I guess we just want more.
Yeah, I thought the multis were all in the fucking duels, in the verse duels.
Yeah, maybe there are no multis. Maybe just full screen every time.
I think you can
That's
still
gotta
get
be
multi.
big.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's still good.
Okay, multi on that would have been
Maybe you don't get one now because it's not a verse.
Yeah.
I've honestly never gotten to this point in the game.
This is so hard to get to. It's actually crazy. This was a really good script.
Now you just need primos all the way. That's fat as fuck. There you go.
Not bad at all.
Who called that?
Alright, respect to that guy.
Some guy's been calling it the whole time.
Yeah, or is that him?
Give that guy fucking.
It was a guy. He was hit. Bro, he said he was gonna give 50 subs to get the point. Yeah.
All right, let's try to get back in blackjack here.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. You've maybe spun that slot 10 times, and you've gotten that twice. That's actually insane.
I've been in the super 3 times. Don't give me shit. Can I get 50 subs? Nah, keep your money, bro. For real, keep your money. Keep your money.
go here. Let's rip some 250s.
Oh, 50 subs to from Subway. Because I'm fat.
Come on, baby.
Yeah.
Give me a fat. Tip or ban me. Better Barnhouse Super. Tip or ban me. Are you retarded? Like what? I'll ban you.
Even if it is. Ban, buddy.
Bro, these calls are, I swear you guys are fucking tempting me, man. Better Barnhouse, Rad Max, get the cheese. Guys, I'm actually, like, I'm gonna crash out. I swear, I'm going to crash. 10. No, I'm gonna crash. Backseat ban. Plane Go ban. Hacksaw ban. That slot you requested. Never Those heard
Happy Duck games
But it's
were really
ban.
good.
Profit Hunts extra ban. Top rank
I would
ban.
love a
Goofy
better
ban,
Barnhouse
bar ban,
buy.
new ban, worm
Okay,
ban.
then join my guild, put some money on your fucking account, and buy a better Barnhouse, buddy. Alright, you would love a better Barnhouse buy? Go fucking buy it. Go fucking buy it. Alright?
On our way back up.
You want to buy it? By all means. You guys want to buy it, get the cheese? Go buy it, get the cheese. You want to buy a Rad Max? Buy a fucking Rad Max. Alright? I ain't doing it. Wow, this guy just comes in and fucking drops a ban? I mean, bro, these slot picks are so fucking bad. I swear. It's like, I know you guys probably think you're funny, but like, you ever get in the car with the kids and they're like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there? Like, it's funny the first time. It's not funny anymore, guys. It's fucking annoying.
I just ignore my kids when they're annoying them and stop.
Fear of
Just
Anubis?
like chat,
Yeah, we
bro.
already did some Fear of Anubis.
No, my parents don't stream.
Did that guy win? Did that guy hit his $1,000 hand?
No, they said what?
It was hit the spinning wrist wild? Yeah, but wrist wild is normally just like a little quick rejuicer, man.
He came in, put 1K down. He had a 20. Joey pulled the
Oh,
jack
yeah,
and
oh, wow,
left
that's
it,
crazy.
so-
Fall north? Bro, I'm gonna start, I swear I'm gonna start timing out that calls. I'm actually dead ass.
I mean, to be fair, somebody called Warrior Ways, which isn't a
Yeah, and-
commonly good slot.
Yeah, but I didn't even shit on him because I actually don't mind the slot. You know what I mean? I've been paid before by Warrior Ways. Like, you know? Are you fucking serious, man? Like, Hell's Butcher's a shit call. I think Hell's Butcher spinning is fine, honestly. I think spinning Hell's Butcher is fine. But I think buying the super there is really bad. Come on, bitch. Oh, fuck you, dumb bitch. When's your last one tip for $400? Okay, that's fine. No, shot. Thank you, holy fuck.
Oh my god, bro.
So gross, it's so gross.
The Shatar. Where's the lower city?
If I get the cheese, I fucking hate getting cheese, bro.
Slot you guys recommend? Banned. Want me to buy a bonus? Depot your own money. Banned.
See her muttering slurs.
Some worm daddy shit, bro. Okay.
Yeah, that is.
I feel like this guy vibes.
Bro, I'm one of the chat. Like, these are my people.
Oh god. Dude, what is this?
13 again.
Lost 4 aces on that hand.
Yeah, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get a good double though here.
You think so?
Yeah, you're gonna get a 10 or 11. She's gonna have a 6.
Big ass hand. Oh god.
I'm gonna shoot, but så har jag inte verkligen där.
Come on, man. No, it's not in yet. Oh wow! I should have doubled it! That would have been crazy double there. Holy fuck. Okay, we're kind of back here. We're kind of back.
Hey! My bad.
Not bad at all.
You're welcome.
Shit, man. Send it. Come on, baby, give me there. Max bet diamond mold. Okay, give me an ace. Okay, big. Get it twisted. My opinion, maybe. Fuck.
You're up to 10k, took like a dumbass down to 6k, got back to 8, now hunt.
Dude, I lose. Let me do one more hand here, yeah?
Who the fuck do you think you are, T?
I gotta do one more hand. I can't leave on a 4-bit streak, man.
Not listening to me, bro.
I've been around for a while. Is it a double? Boop!
No, I told you you're gonna get a double soon. It's alright, he's got an 8. Don't worry.
Damn it! Why didn't I leave?
Der er en stormpik, jeg ikke
Yes, sir.
Fuck!
Ja, det gør vi næsten.
I like to hit my 12s against 13. Maybe I'm an idiot.
I'm pretty sure this one's a stand. I can't remember which. I always forget which way it is. Right? One way you hit, one way you stand.
I think if you have a 12
hit,
like dealer has 12 versus 0-3, or you have 12 versus 0-3. I forget which one.
12 versus 12 is a
Everyone's
hit.
saying hit. It's not a 12 versus 12, right?
I know. 13 versus 12 hit.
Everyone's saying hit that. I just forget which way it is.
We'll look it up.
Yeah, I think it is a hit. Just hit, bitch.
That was cool. What card for that?
You lost either way, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we gotta win now, though.
Hvorfor har jeg ikke cobblestone nok til det? Nå.
Fuck. Guys. Nice double here. What is this seed? Call Homelander. T, call Homelander.
I don't even know why you're here.
105 bucks, man. Bro, hello? I just lost 5 in a row? For real?
I wanted $500, proceeds to lose fucking $3,000.
It's due now, though. It's due.
Okay, well, I'll put $1,500 on if you feel that way.
I don't get how
1,500's
people
not
get
enough. I
banned
need to do
for flopping
2,500.
titty on stream, but Chuck can go
Yeah, do
live
it,
and get
buddy.
fucked for hours and be fine.
Say I
Like,
won't.
just go to get the cheese and you don't
The
get
GPU
fucked.
isn't even that hot.
Oh my god.
Oh! Bro, it's so mean. It's so mean. It's so mean. So deserved? Hey guys, what do you mean so deserved?
I feel bad for you, buddy.
Yeah,
I
that
really
GPU
do.
crash was bullshit.
You fall into this trap of AI blackjack. It's the worst shit in the world, my guy.
I mean, I shouldn't lose 6 hands in a row, right? Like, that's just fucked up.
You shouldn't even here to begin with.
I mean,
That was right. I mean, I told him, bro.
I could have just won one hand, right? Like,
Hold
1, 2,
kæft,
3, 4, 5,
man!
6. Listen, if I lose this, bro, I saved the seed for Mitch.
Han sover.
You know what I'm saying? 8k hand? Fuck, you think we do an 8k hand? I mean, we might as well try to smack it. How much are we down? Oh, we lost 7,500 there?
Yeah.
Oh my god. We actually need to do a 7,500 hand to get it back. Alright, if we lose this, we gotta hunt after. Please don't, I was joking. I mean, bro.
I'm gonna go on a bank.
If this doesn't hit, we'll chill. But I mean, it's gotta hit, right? It's gotta hit, right? Dice has better odds? No, it doesn't. It's rigged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dude, 6 losses in a row is pretty unlikely. And before you're getting 11 and double, you're halfway into a 13 loss streak. Hunter did lose 19 in a row before. Shit.
I missed 23
This
Lux
person
God
takes
men's
fucking
ever, so.
forever to launch another match.
Shit, you have a 40% chance regardless. Okay, so if I lose this... When's the last time someone won 19 AI blackjacks in a row? It's never. You're on 5. The last one is the VIP loss. You're on 5. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. Shit. Shit. That's tough.
Kæft,
That's
det er
tough.
din rejse.
Shit. 40%
Man,
to win dice. Smack it. It's coming home. This is a big bet, guys. He's shaking his head so hard now. $5,000 blackjack hang. I mean, I could just do a 5K and cut my losses a little bit, right? Yeah, $7,500 tank god mode.
What's the difference at that point?
$2,500, I guess. They're gonna regret it if you win. No, I don't think so.
Oh god.
I
Went the wrong way.
Why? We will insure it. Shit. I'm telling you right now, if I lose this hand, I am saving this seed forever. Until Mitch is homelander again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit. Tip's coming in. No, you don't got me sure. Shit, boy. It's a tough call. It'll be a double. Oh. 6,000.
John said the Sunday.
Oh, shit,
So,
bro. At least you're done with AI blackjack either way. Shit. 6K? Shit. Hold on a second.
07 i chatten. 07 i chatten. Håret ryger.
Heldigvis ikke.
Hvad skete der? Hvad skete der?
Jeg kom til at kaste en ældrebøl ud i laget.
You got money for a double?
Du gad ikke at gå hjem.
Shit. No, I'm actually not at. I'm really debating.
Oh my fucking god.
1.5K.
Er det klippet? Er det klippet?
Let me think here. Let me think here. Let me think here. I'm down 7.5.
Let's be.
I got a weird
Så den siger, det er ikke smart, det er ældrebøl tæt på, når du skal eller lave det. Så skifter jeg. Så vil jeg skifte til igen.
One hit to back. And if none hit, I chill and I hunt. And I tell Mitch I missed 5 in a row. It could be.
Blackjack fiddle in there.
Not this is though. DJ safer?
Jeg skal færdig.
Somehow. Wild mining, please. Wild mining, please. Okay, 2. Wild mining. We need a wild mining. We need a wild mining, boys. We need a wild mining. We need a wild mining.
Det er fucking hårdt.
We need a wild mining, please. One more. Oh no. Alright, 3. Wild mining.
Hvad mangler jeg?
Wild mining? Doesn't do enough, does it?
Jeg skal gennemføre en Minecraft.
Oh no. We need one more dead, please. One more bomb. Oh wait, we get it? We get it? It doesn't connect, does it? Fuck, it doesn't connect, does it? No, one more?
Can't get it.
Alright, last one.
Hvem huller i den?
Det ved jeg ikke, det er jo ikke.
LOL. Twisted.
One tip.
What are we at now? I figured that could safely get us back more.
No, blackjack doing a certain amount of dollars.
No. Pretty scary. Just ran $7,500 hand? Yeah, but what if I have to double that $7,500 hand?
You just don't double it.
No, you have to double it. You can't not double it.
Well, if you don't want to do it, you can fucking sell your ass from the hunter or something.
I would have get a $3,500 hand, and then if you had to double, it is what it is.
Well, I don't mind doubling a $3,500 hand. I thought
I just think like you get a hit for 7K, you'll be down a little bit. You're rolling at the end of your hunt, depending on what happens when you try to run it up. Now you're so far behind.
I'm not that far behind. Like I lost another 4K. I just really don't trust the blackjack hand, man. You guys believe in this blackjack hand?
No, I don't think you should win it.
Doubling is not safe. I mean, I just doubled an 11 versus a 5 and lost or something, right? Like.
I like heist guys too.
No, double 11 versus 2. And 2 is the dealer's best card.
All I'm saying is I haven't been on the last couple.
I'm not. I don't want to play out. I don't want to play heist guys 3. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. Buy blackjack is better. Go to 1 diamond mine.
Sorry.
No. I trust blackjack more in god modes.
No.
I mean, yeah, I've missed a lot of those.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of think that the blackjack would have hit, but I don't know if it's anymore after just losing another 4. But now if you do it, you're fucking down bad.
Ik heb nog liefst, man.
I am down bad.
spiller vi sgu noget til, ja.
We could slap a 10k hand. That's some big dick shit.
Tak skal du have, Myl. Hvad sker der for jer?
Hit this? I mean, fuck, what was my volt at when I started today?
35.
Vi må prøve igen den anden nat.
Or 25 or something?
Change.
So close to getting that last
I'm
one.
chasing really hard right now. Just hit a straight flush cider.
I mean, just think about it. You're down 4K raw, like close to that.
Okay, so I'm down
You're down your
12k.
fill plus like 4.
So if I hit this, I'd only be down 2k on the day.
Or maybe you're down
Technically
3. I think you're down 3.5 raw.
Oh man, that'd be so insane. Stop overthinking and run it.
It's a lot of money.
It is. I'd rather send God modes. Like a few more of those.
That's a terrible thought process.
No, I don't put any money. I don't watch.
See what I mean? Chicks get banned for driving and streaming, but Chuck can get fucked live on Twitch for hours and
Ramte
be
den lige
chilling.
i dag. Tilbage. Døde du mig? Ja, jeg døde på den mest smadrede måde.
At least the God modes are kind of fun.
No, please don't do more God modes.
1, 2,
Også mig.
3, 4, 5.
Og Marco.
That's not it, right? You willing to risk this 10k, just hunt and risk it after? Yeah, I really should.
Yeah, listen to the giveaway farmer going free.
Jeg er god med. Jeg tror selv, at vi klarer det.
No, but if my next hit is gonna hit, I don't want to touch it unless it's a big bet. You know what I mean? Bro hasn't learned his lesson with AI blackjack. I mean, you can win on AI blackjack, and it does normally swing back in your favor. I don't think it's something that you farm. You know what I mean?
Hvor langt nåede du cirka? Jeg fik alle de ændre pøls. Jeg var helt færdig med dig. Hvad er det selv skulle være? Jeg har klaret det før. Hvis jeg må self-promote, så kan jeg vise jer, at jeg klarer det selv.
Let's just chill and do a 6k buy for now. Let's just chill. 10k blackjack right now. Let's just chill. No. Full send.
Yeah.
1 5k hand. If it hits, run another.
Yeah, okay.
Unfortunately. I mean, I'm actually really not down that bad right now. Like, I lost my daily. You know what I'm saying?
Jeg opdager det,
It's hard.
fordi jeg højre klikker, så tænker jeg, nej, det bliver sgu ikke kastet, så kan jeg se, den er væk.
Do a $10,000
Og jeg skynder mig at kaste en den
It's a
anden
big
vej.
fucking hand. Only 20k. I'm not actually down 20k for all though. Like it's very common to lose your entire like daily, and I lost my daily today basically. But I'm debating doing a buy hunt, and if that shit juices, then you know. I don't wanna hit Kino right now because I'll fuck my blackjack seat. Just chase what you're down raw. What am I down raw? It's really not that bad. Fuck, I lost 8.
Det er nok, jeg flyver endnu 7 maps.
I think you're down 3.5.
What's my vault at the start of the stream? I think I showed it. I think it was at 24, right? Or 1.5? Is that right? I think it's only 1.5.
I'm pretty sure it's 3.5.
26, okay. Yeah, that would be 3.5. It's not that bad. You know? It's not that bad. But we could potentially be down more if we lose this hunt. Let's win this hunt. Alright? Let's win this hunt. 10k buy hunt, switch up the buy seat. So I'm down $3,500 right now. And you want me to increase the bet size.
Hey buddy, Homelander here. Spin some motherfucking ass gem hauler for the boys.
Jim Holla ban fun, ban Worm, ban Mitch, ban Homelander, ban Blackjack, ban Kino, ban.
Good luck, buddy. I'm out of here.
What the fuck you doing?
I just can't deal with Chuck anymore. Guy won't spend what these guys do. It's just annoying.
entries are open, guys. And fun.
Hard,
You fun hater. True.
Hardtail said fuck you.
True. Okay, so like better Barnhouse Bonanza Super, I kind of don't want to buy that. One of my VIPs picks that. Like, do I just skip that shit or do I just? I probably just on that. Whatever. Okay, almost okay.
Fuck.
All right, we'll do a 6K hunt, guys. You could double this hunt, and then I'm not even.
Hey
down.
Chuck, I know you're down bad. Can I borrow $8 grand so I can run this up to 130 million? If you don't, you're not a true friend. I had so much wine.
Okay. You gotta lock in here, guys. We need some insane shit to happen.
Jimmy Sanchez.
Jimmy from the chat.
Hold on.
Jimmy
I'm staying here. Yo, Jimmy,
He's
message me on Discord, buddy.
You don't want to message me.
First of all, buddy, watch your fucking mouth. It's my best friend.
Let me call.
Hvem tror I vinder England og Argentina?
At Mitch. 5 AI BJ hands missed in a row, waiting for you, Homelander. Unless I do a 10K hand. Yeah, I feel like if Hunter was here, Hunter would tell me to rip that shit. What do you think? All right, let's start with VIPs, guys. Lock in.
Of course you would.
Oh man, yeah, dude, it could go so bad. I think we made the right call by
Open
not
your bets
doing
page
it.
in real quick.
What is that?
Open your bets page real quick.
What's up?
I just want to take a picture.
For who? For me or for you? What's up?
Okay.
You're good.
So now.
What was the picture for?
Don't worry about it, buddy.
Argentina kun på grund af dommeren.
All I really wanted.
Alright, shit, okay.
level
Bonus
over.
hunts. Fuck, where am I going?
Den er vi stadig på, at det er Rick for
Bonus hunts,
Argentina.
okay, once this, I'll be back in a sec.
I forget what the build wants me to go for, right?
Fuck, I wanted to get a drink, but I don't actually have any by the front door. Can you start a 6K hunt for me? I don't think Double's here. I think you're running tonight if you're down T.
Okay.
Double is not here. It's a long day tomorrow.
You're gonna be in the slabs all day.
Jeg tror, altså, de skjuler det ikke mere. Ja. Så jeg synes ikke, der var rødt kort til Schweiz, eller gul kort til ham der for at filme.
Alright.
Hvordan gik Minecraft? Jeg døde.
VIP wheel. I'll
Der
open
er et eller
up
andet, der siger, hvor Spanien
Griffin's
kommer til at
Clumsy
vinde. Af en eller
Cowboys
anden underlig
regular.
årsag.
I have no face on this call,
Increased Archon buffs.
Motherfucking ass, boys.
Jeg mener jo,
You never
det
know, I
gule kort var
guess.
fuldstændig rigtigt.
Clumsy Cowboy regular, huh?
Men Egypten skulle have vundet.
Alright, we're doing 300s, I
Det
think,
går godt.
tonight.
Det ved jeg ikke. Jeg så ikke kampen faktisk.
Can you buy a super?
Did I buy a super on accident? I'm retarded.
Yes.
I mean, want me to just go open it real quick? Off and puff. We don't even have that game, bro.
That's bigger Barnhouse Bonanza.
Yeah, well, we don't have Huff and Puff, so not buying it. And that game's dog
No.
shit.
That's
We're
fucking
going
crazy.
back here for
Mana regen.
Det skulle
Is that,
betale.
I'm gonna open this real quick.
Sounds about right.
I mean, bro, what do you mean it's crazy? I don't think the viewer wheels reset. You're actually right.
Oh, that one's dope too.
Ej, jeg synes, det var mega nice.
That proc a clear casting proc? It's 14 rank 1 frost bolts in a row.
Viewer wheel. Yeah, I need to reset this.
Altså, siger du det til mig, Fryseren?
There's a frostbite.
Jeg synes ikke, at der har været sådan noget mega clear nu. Det må jeg bare sige.
So that's crazy. Alright, reset hunt.
Det er FIFA Boy Messi, der skal vinde. Det tror jeg ikke. Jeg tror heller ikke, de vinder.
Okay. And then clear entries.
Jeg synes, det var mega klart gul kort.
And then open
til
entries.
Schweiz.
Okay, viewer
Det var
wheel
ærgerligt, fordi det var
should
bedst.
be reset now, okay?
Det er mega nice, at VAR går ud og ser på den. Og giver ham gul kort
Alright.
for film.
3 scatter on this. Okay. Alright.
Argentinas vej til finalen.
Let's go, boys.
Ja.
Gotta refresh this real quick.
Yeah, it'll probably fix when you spin.
Det har da ikke noget at gøre med
Yeah.
FIFA. Det har da noget at gøre med
Alright,
de
boys,
resultater, der
come
er
on. We
sket.
need a big one. Lay Pharaoh super left. Man, I actually really like the right side on this super, but we'll go left. You one of these chat calls, just Max wins
Se
cooks
hvordan du
us.
baner vejen og se, jamen Kap Verde burde jo ikke have været, altså, det er jo nogle andre resultater at gøre.
Come on, baby. I mean, I'm sure left side super could do it. Let me just pick left side here so I don't forget. Okay. Alright, alright. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, baby, come on. Tie the Toad super. God, Forge. Forge, this is your last chance, buddy. I'm actually... This has one more flop before it's on the list, Forge, okay? This is the last chance on this game, bro. I play this shit every day, and it flops every day.
I just wanted to hit level 20.
Not the list?
But yeah.
The list is getting long, low-key. I've actually had good hits there before, though.
Stream time. Hope you guys are okay with
Open
that.
predictions? Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. Greedy Alice. Regular, I guess? Alright, predictions are open. I guess I just assume Greedy Alice won. We're just gonna do a regular buy here. Oh man, fuck.
And
when it upgrades from Forescat to Hidden, it's so hot.
Oh, I
Wait,
just
what?
got missed.
What can upgrade from a Forescat to a Hidden?
Really like You're the Rabbit.
How's my favorite racist?
What's up, dude?
Yo. Again?
Oh, Andy, I just twisted my boy.
What'd you do?
I lost $7,500 on AI Blackjack.
Major League 2 is fun.
No, bro.
Home
AI
Run Jump
Blackjack
Street's
is
good.
so bad.
Wrong wheel.
Oh, jeg kan lige lade min telefon op.
Spun this one.
Quite like extra.
Yeah, no, you're about to spin that one again.
Banana super. Yeah, it is bad, but it kind of owes now, right?
Nah, just go to live, bro. I played live yesterday. Like, the fucking dealers were busting on 5s and 6, and AI Blackjack they just always suck out, man. It's not worth it.
Bro, was that Breaky CPK?
I wanted one quick boy.
That guy's a legend, bro.
It's tempting to do it because it's so quick, but live is just so much better.
Yeah, I wanted to do one $500 hand, lost it. Then I did that 3 more times, lost all of those. Then did a $2,500 hand, had to double it, lost that. And then I tried three. I tried 3 firing the whole 3 supers. Almost got it. Almost fucking got it. It was close.
You mean God modes?
Yeah.
Nej.
AI Blackjack is like the addiction feeling when you do God modes. You just click and see if you win or not, you know? That's why people like it. Just so bad.
Den var sgu bare lov til at ligge separat.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was not good. You're not wrong.
How was your dinner date, Andy?
We had a fun stream, bro.
It was a great stream, man.
Thanks. Yeah, we got I got him set up the IRL toolkit. He's just like, he loves it. He loves just like how to use it and stuff. I got him the app on his phone and stuff, so you could just load it up. You could dual stream, do whatever, and not really into Pokemon, but overall it was
my McDonald's
still
order is
kind of
nothing
fun.
but trouble.
Yeah, the whole day was pretty fun.
12 minutters queue.
Arrived. Hold on a minute. The hunt is on hold. Who is that? Who is that? They're getting timed out. Who is it? You're in timeout, buddy.
Mod that guy.
Who's chewing so loud? If you do more than one chewing, you're getting timed out.
You could do detectorists.
Okay, where we at? Banana for super. All right. Truth equals banned. 9 to 5. Okay. I feel like this game's so hard to fucking
Fuck,
hit.
hvor jeg smadrer. Det er jo helt
It's so bad.
Oh my god, toilet! Oh man, I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Kondi.
Alright, we need to win this one, guys.
Jeg tager sådan en her for dig. Hvad for en skal jeg tage?
No, Kais, I will unmod you. I'm dead ass serious, bro. You can't undermine me, bro. I'm actually triggered. I'm actually so fucking triggered, bro. I'm gonna start banning people. I gotta free the toilet? No, I am. I'm stressed out. I'm fucking down like fucking 4 G's right now. I'm taking another 6. I'm stressed, boys. Leave me the fuck alone.
Det er jeg faktisk i tvivl om.
Ban them?
What's up, you fucking house?
Jeg tror sgu, det var squid.
What's up, Bean? Yo, Bean, you want to insure me a 10K blackjack hand, buddy?
I can't afford that, buddy.
I really don't play this game.
It's my date. What's up, Bean?
What's up, bud?
Okay, where is this? I'm gonna start banning.
I'm about to be home, Chucky.
No, Nezzy, you're banned. No,
Alright, hold on.
I'm actually triggered as fuck.
Really?
Nezzy, you have 1 week. 1 week. If anyone unbans them, they lose mod and they get banned as well.
Oh, you won't do a goddamn thing if I unban that guy.
How down bad are you, Chucky? What's going on? Talk to me.
I'm not that down bad. I'm just
we can Kino when you're here.
Oh yeah, great. That makes me happy.
I didn't work Kino today.
Listen, this Radiate game.
You won?
Yeah, I won.
Don't shit.
Okay.
It's going on the list. Out of the woods. Super. I actually like this game. Talk to me. Bean, are you drunk right now, bro? Dude, I feel like I need a glass of wine, bro.
No, I'm not drunk. No, don't drink it. We're gonna drink when you come over, buddy.
Mitch, I know
Guys only one.
I'm telling you, no. Alright, TTS going off. I'm so
How long are you staying?
Not long, bro. I'm getting out there as fast as possible, buddy.
Bro, what do you mean?
I'm there for one
How
full
long?
day.
Bro, you're such a bitch, bro. Are you stupid?
All day is crazy.
What do you
One
mean,
day?
Men sindssygt mange tak, Kondi.
Are you stupid? Change your flight, you dumbass. Are you stupid?
Man, bro, I have 4 kids and a wife.
Give me 2 days with you, buddy. It's fine.
I don't want to hang out with you.
Let me marinate my fucking cock with you.
Bro,
Imagine you're not from Europe. You would just say, hey, you take care of the kids. You hand your wife $100, and then you fucking leave for 3 months.
You're not 3 months. I can't handle that, but 2 days. 2 days.
I need you to play the game, Rabbit. So you get in the park.
Sergeant Wilberstrat.
Wait, so you're here all Monday and all Tuesday, right?
Jeg har spillet Minecraft.
I'm there on Tuesday. I get there Tuesday morning.
Wait, did you just re-roll me?
Yes, I'm not playing that fucking game, man.
Bro, this is fucking horseshit, man.
I told you I don't want to play it.
You're actually, dude.
Elk bonuses don't even save, bro.
Hvad er
Elk is
planen nu?
banned.
Nu vil jeg spille noget sammen.
It's fine, bro.
Jeg har brug for at sidde og slappe af her de sidste, eller et eller andet til at holde mig
Yeah, bro, you gotta stay
Så
2
drak
whole
nej,
days.
jeg kastede min enderpearl ned i lava, så det var mega smart.
I get there on Tuesday, and then I'm there all day on Wednesday, and then I leave Thursday.
Okay, that's not terrible.
I get there early Tuesday,
That's 2 days.
like 11:30.
Oh, is it 11:30?
Ja, 3 timer.
Yeah, or like
Oh, you land there?
Yeah, dude, I'm not even gonna pack a suitcase, bro.
Det er
I'm
jo
literally,
taktisk,
wait, did I buy the
Det var
forescatter
sådan
of Diamond Mole?
You need a
Hvad
ride.
fuck sker der?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I'll pick him
Du skal
up.
få nok
Isaac's
væske. Tak fordi du siger det.
Isaac's here at 2 p.m. I think, or something.
I told me to tell you to take your fat
Det er
ass
sgu ikke
home
mit
and rest,
problem.
and you don't gotta
De
wait
kommer
for
og
it.
4 timer, jeg skal overtage.
No, I think we go shopping together and we wait for him.
Ooh, I want to go shopping.
So you want to go shopping? I'll pick you up. I'll pick Andy up. We'll go shopping, and then we'll get Isaac.
I'm
No, I'm sick.
I'm gonna have no sleep, bro.
Picking him up from the airport.
I'm gonna be on no sleep, bro. Because my flight's at 6:30 a.m. I gotta leave my house at like 4 a.m., bro.
Just take a Xanax on the flight. You'll fall asleep on it.
Yeah, you'll be chilling, sweetie.
Sleeping on a fucking plane, bro. What the fuck?
I'll have a whiskey going.
What about your fancy
Why?
You'll have the
I mean, I don't sleep on planes because I snore. You snore.
machine hanging from your roof.
No, I don't
It's a
snore.
push bike. It might
Fucking
be
Bro,
nice.
seriously, I'm actually serious. You need to bring socks. Cass said your feet are still disgusting.
No,
so.
they're not, man.
No, bro, come on, man.
Bro,
I actually don't look at my couch.
First of all, you said I gotta bring socks. Like, you think I'm just going to come to your house with no socks? Like,
I don't know, bro. You're gonna always take them off. Like,
you
just
think I'm
leave
a
socks
fucking
on.
barbarian?
Bring
Like,
fresh socks, dude. Just change your socks every like 5 hours or something.
change my socks.
Your
every
shit's
5
probably gonna
hours.
leak through the socks and shit, bro.
Dude,
It's
I don't
kinda
know
weird.
what you think is wrong with my feet, bro, but I
No,
sent you
bro.
a
No, bro.
bruised
Dude,
toenail
Cass
one
literally
time.
said you have gross feet, so.
Bro, my feet are fine, man. I'm
No,
just
bro.
going out.
Please. I actually can't handle that. Please don't fuck
What
my
do you
couch.
mean you can't handle it, bro? I have feet.
No, like, dude, I'll never forget. Like, I won't be able to sit on my couch, bro.
Minus
Så jeg
10K.
sender sådan på subs, det tror jeg ikke.
Dog chewed it off last year.
You can't anyway,
No,
buddy. There's a
please.
weight limit.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's why you're not coming.
Oh, I didn't know you tweeted that thing out, Bean. You should have told me. I would have retweeted it.
By that I mean if you don't
I did what?
get out of the way.
You tweeted at the IRL stream. You could have retweeted it.
fucking I should have told you.
I can't, guys. I can't. I don't sleep on a plane because I can't, bro. I can't sleep sitting up. It's just
I can't sleep on a plane either.
Like it's awful.
Oh, okay. Also, bro. Also, listen. I'm a freak. Okay, planes are disgusting. I need you to shower when you get here because I don't want. Like, the problem with you is you're gonna lay your back to the head.
That's completely normal. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that request.
Okay, because yeah, the back of your head is gonna be infected with like AIDS and shit. Because you're gonna like lean on the chair and shit. I have like lice or something. Seriously, it's disgusting.
No. My wife.
Do you have like severe anxiety about the outside world?
Yeah, I mean, I just went to this con and I'm gonna be sick as fuck, so I took some emergency. I'm about to take another dose of emergency.
Oh, fuck?
Bro, you know how many fucking fat geeks were there, Andy? It was crazy.
Yeah, there
was 2 extra today with you retards.
They're touching coins in 2026. Like, I'm gonna fucking. There's no way these dudes don't wipe their ass with their hand, bro. It's fucked. I already feel my signal.
That's it.
Yo, Bean, can I come too?
Yo, Bean, someone spoiled and said you bought me a Pokemon card.
Dude, no, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
8-bit quest? Is there like something exciting about this, like a silver or something?
Oh, 8-bit's good. 8-bit's good.
Ikke fullscreen. Tak for besøget.
I actually can't believe you reloaded this fridge is fun.
I will not play any elk game, especially in a bonus hunt. The bonus literally doesn't fucking save. It's dog shit.
I hope you get fucking rinsed every
The
day.
last time I bought a elk bonus in my bonus hunt, it opened up on me mid bonus hunt.
Yeah, because you're a noob. You don't know how to handle elk, bro.
I'm so triggered right now. I'm actually I need wine. I actually.
Buddy, take your problems away like a child. I need my baba.
I need to buy this guy wine. Yo, Worm, what does he drink? Does he just drink like wine or like what does he drink?
He drinks fucking cum, buddy. He drinks cum. He's a fucking pussy. That's all he does.
He drinks $10 bottles of red wine.
Fucking hate this dude anyway.
Get
fucking serious.
Get Josh Cabernet, bro. I don't know drink that shit.
Where can I find your inspector? I'm here donating books to the inmates. Improves them. What do you think of this?
Jamaican, girl skin, wine.
I'm leaving Discord. I'm just gonna hate watching chat again.
Do Irishmen have souls? The twist is, they do. Illiterate, surprised, he probably eats.
Oh, I'm home, ladies.
His dog chewed it off last Christmas. Is that Look at his skull. Criminal bone structure. A swirling vortex of lust and hate, which, judging by the look on his face, has damaged his...
You want to see my cool Pokemon card, Steve?
Seen some of them when you're buying them, but yeah, let me see them laid out.
Yeah, a little bit of that. It's nothing juicy, but you know, I'm kind of broke with it.
Yeah, credit card declining, motherfucking ass.
Yeah,
Hvad tror du,
weird.
oppe i så?
I got a psych in that second.
30?
Yeah, I didn't know they took them off. I like my little side look.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's it. That's actually sick.
I
don't know shit about Pokemon cards, but you got some good
I don't
cards.
either.
You gotta take that 180 sticker off and just tell them it's
that
$1,000.
Well, then
Did you decide
classic standard.
Did you decide who you're giving what or no?
No, not yet. Oh, I gave Grayson and things. I don't know what to. I want the Scyther for myself for sure. I want the OGs too.
I think. Wait, keep that one just for you. That one on the left, give to maybe like Isaac. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Or Charizard. What is it? Yeah, I'm not sure. So like, Scyther's so cool. Vulsur's cool.
Skal til at spille med en, der hedder Report My
I don't know.
Team.
We'll figure it out.
Bare det bliver fedt.
It's cool, dude.
You gotta open that box when fucking everyone's there or something.
Yeah. I'm gonna do one. I mean, the box is a bunch of packages, right? Like, how does the boss work?
It's a bunch of small packs, I think. I mean, I don't know fucking anything about Pokemon cards. But like when everyone gets there, you could just open the box and you guys can all like open the packs together or some shit.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Oh shit, I had more cards too. This is it. Oh, I have a Squirtle. Oh my god. Oh, my Zapdos. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I think that.
Dude, how do I open a bottle of wine without a wine opener?
The S word is Chuck's.
Have a hammer and a nail?
I have a hammer and a nail.
Yeah. You hammer the middle of the the nail up.
Andy's been around the block.
Swing det, hvordan er med til at ændre runder, tænker jeg. Altså, det
Same.
You like wine, Andy?
Til ens hold.
I went through a wine phase for like 3 years where I would only buy like red wine. And then I kind of fell out of it, but I still kind of like it sometimes.
I like wine.
I'm more of a beer drinker now. I just kind of strictly stick to beer, and then once in a while I'll booze some hard brown liquor.
Yeah.
So whiskey or scotch or cognac
Hvad
or
er der på
something.
programmet i dag? Det ved jeg ikke.
Cognac.
Jeg ved ikke, hvad de... Hvad dagsholdet det laver.
Yeah, cognac. I mean, you don't gotta go for like Louis Trey. There's some good cognacs that are not like crazy.
I forget the cognac my dad was just bought. He just bought a fucking. They're like $85.
Man, did someone just text to speech on my chat, brother? I just walked in my house and I have a text to speech going off.
Probably because Chuck just turned text to speech off.
Who the fuck?
All right, guys.
Chuck, you're getting double yelled at now.
Are you gonna try the hammer and the nail tech?
Nah. I don't know where my fuck. I don't know where it is though.
Jeg tror sikkert, at Yasemin kommer forbi. Nice.
Just put it in my ass, Chucky.
I don't think I can reach, buddy.
Er det meningen, vi er fuldskærm?
Maybe we can find out soon, buddy.
See, that's the problem with these Miami Latinas. Like, they got the thick ass booties, but like, I don't know if I can handle it. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's too much. It's a lot.
Dude, dude, Andy's got Earl gone all day and all day.
She's not my girlfriend, okay? She's a fucking bully to me.
She has your inside.
No, I asked her. Alright.
This is gonna end terribly.
Just lightly tap the nail in the center.
Don't nail all the way through. You're gonna push the board in.
And just.
So I actually found a hammer. Just don't push them. Just don't put the nails in the board.
Yeah. Why? Push the cork down?
Yeah, screw it.
Hvad vil ikke mig falde i søvn til spil? Det er i orden, jeg bor i.
This is like everyone tilted Chuck so much that he's fucking using a screw gun to open a wine bottle to fucking survive this.
Andy's literally a life coach. I swear to God, bro. You can sell lessons.
Ja, Bones. Hvis der er ligger sådan der, så er det satan nemt.
Andy fucked me today. Hammer down.
He's not heathen, mother.
Dude, can you guys stop texting? Like, what the fuck?
I could fucking hear that shit.
Dude, I'm in my own house by myself.
Your chat is so retarded. He's hanging out alone. Let me make some fucking loud vacuum sounds.
Dude, I walked in my house and I see, like, upstairs. Like, the fuck? Let's see.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Go outside and make some friends, pussy.
That's right, pussy.
don't stress. I'm here, man.
And the crazy thing is, I'm not even down like that. Actually, I'm stressed
Well,
about.
how down that?
I'm down before this hunt, but if I get all of this back, I'm down 3.5K. So if I get fucked on this one, and that's actually not that bad. What I'm stressed about is what happens if I lose this hunt. What am I gonna do? That's what's stressing me out.
Hostile.
No. Well, that's a good line. That's a right. It's really good. I'm not gonna lose. Like, one time a year, I know we got. I know. Is that fucking funny?
I'm setting up my IRL toolkit right now. You fat fucking pig. Andy, so when I put in my OBS, it's the SR signal, correct? Even if the other ones are arm64 or whatever. Okay.
Not the worst at all.
And it's because my green and my Twitter are RTMP. Does that matter?
It does not. SRT just uses data more efficiently. So it's better for like IRL streaming and stuff. But it doesn't matter at all because both of your other streaming sites are just destinations inside of the toolkit. So for your OBS on your computer, you just put that long link you put in mobile. That's it. You're good. Not yet. Be nice.
So I put this SRT concept and the server.
Yeah, just that long link and that's it. If you want to call me, I can show you how to test it without going live also.
So is this a left or right connect, or is it connect like in
Okay, I'm down.
It's left to right, left to right.
Okay, drop down a little bit.
Yeah, I got you.
This game you always get the free. Oh my god. Yeah, like you need a lot of WoW. I
take it. It's a good hit.